like my father before me. It's all I know. We live only to harvest the cold, harvest the cold. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave, a living in shanty towns. We ain't got no say. 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. The red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn, before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trees by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Oh, oh, oh. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us, Lord, from the gathering stores. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns. Blair Mountain, here we come. Oh, here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful.
I'm not a coal miner, as you well know, but I'm as close as I could be not to be one. My father was a coal miner who was killed in the mines, and my husband is slowly dying with black lung. And my husband and me was in the strike in the 30s in bloody Harlan County, and I do mean it is bloody too. And they tell me, these miners say, we're going to stick it out unless Duke Power signs the contract till hell freezes over. And the men knows they've got nothing to lose but their chains and their union to gain. So I say, hang in there. And now this song I composed in the 30s. And as you know, I'm old, as 40 years ago, and I can't sing very well. But you can ask the scabs and the gun thugs which side they're on, because they're workers too. Come all you poor workers, good news news to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? If you go to Harlan County, there is no neutral there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for D.H. Blair. Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Come, all of you good workers, good news to you I'll tell of how the good old Union has come in here to dwell. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? My daddy was a miner, and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? They say in LA County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a scab for the boss, beware. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Don't scare for the bosses, don't listen to their lies. Us poor folks haven't got a chance unless we organize. Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, which side are you on? Which side are you on? Oh, 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 which side are you on? In 1948, the natives were expelled from the land of their ancestors, their homes and cities shelled. From the traitors in Transjordan to clandestine British demand by the settlers' Zionist army that rampaged across the land. Oh, Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh, Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the to conquer and to colonize what little had remained. The people of old Palestine, once again their fates entwined with the Zionist occupation of their homes and weary minds. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. In 2023, they've come a final time to destroy your homes and families with a murderous, lethal design. The bombs overhead are falling as our leaders continue their lies. The sky does glow and the blood it flows as we hear the children's cries. Oh Palestine, we hear your desperate plea that once again across the land your people can be free. Oh Palestine, your people live in fear. We demand your emancipation from the river to the sea. We stand with your emancipation. Your people will be free.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from to meet our shareholders' expectations.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it. And then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. With the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Fable Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Fable Jack, 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 Fable Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Fable Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Fable Jack is coming to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube is where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Fable Jack, 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 Fable Jack.
Hello, everyone! Hate to raid and run, but my PC is very, very messed up. Well, best of luck fixing that, Visora official. Thank you very much. Hope you had a great stream, barring computer issues. Hello, Erica. Hello, Esene. Hello, Cursed Chaos 5. Hello, Long Leg Homo Sapien. Hello, Mithril. Hello, Arachnomancy. Hello, Twin Tails 100. Hello, Selena Mary. Hello, Underground Uncle. Hello, Bizoo. Hello, Summer Lovin' XX. Hello, the Kitsune Cavalier. Hello, the Knifeiest Duck. Hello. So I already said hello to a bunch of you people already. Hello, Gem. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Penny and T. Hello, Double Chinsey. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog that I know. Hello, Sweet Mitts Music. Hello.
Just want to say before things get started that pure spite is a viable reason to keep on keeping on.
Very true.
Sometimes when people want you gone, the best thing you can do is keep existing because fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. It's very much going to be the theme of tonight's stream. Knifeiest Duck, thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Already tripping over my words. Hello, Transfemme Princess. Hello, C Strat 22. Hello, Oh Witchy Woman. Hello, Jay. I don't know why I said it like that. Hello, Jay. Hello, Small Moth. Hello, B Parker. Hello, Chris Huggins. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Nori Hicks. Hello, Buffalo Guy 1991. Hello, Kiwi Burb. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Preston 577. I'm black like the night. I'm not. So fuck them. All right, cool. Hello, Birdie Blake. Hello, Brassman. Hello, Red Bomber X. Hello, Pirate Amir 44. Hello, Honora Borealis. At this time of year, located entirely in your kitchen. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Cannabo Brex. Hello, Rain Faye. Hello, Red Dawn. Hello, Sage.
Spite is the best
Natsuki.
reason. Prage my enemies can go suck lemons. Lemon dicks.
That really derailed me in a few different directions all at once. Hello, Porpoise Queen. Hello, Drybon. Hope your day wasn't horrible. Oh, I cried. The news is terrible. And you know what? We may cry again before tonight is over, but you know what? Draban. I'll try and remember that for next time. Hello, worshiper of Olympians. We're going to be doing our best to take the piss. That's what we're doing. Tonight we are on a piss stealing adventure. Don't clip that out of context. Acquire the piss, exactly. That sounds awesome. Is lemon dicks like a lemon? What is no, stop. It feels like fascism is inescapable. Like, even if I get out of America, other places will soon fall to it. I mean, a little bit, yeah. I mean, it's like, America is unfortunately an imperial core, and what happens here is unfortunately affects the rest of the planet. Hello, B. Parker. I was working all day, so I'm not up to date on the news, but it's easy to get the general idea of what happened.
With that being said, anybody caught Fed posting in chat, even as a joke, will be booped into the void. This is your warning. Love you all.
So, if you need your daily dose of very edgy Fed posting, okay, there's a wonderful channel called Renegade Cut that just created a very satirical post.
Be in mind I fucking hate Republicans, but I fucking despise the Democrats. They're nothing I despise more than a useless friend.
True. And are they really even our friends? Here. So, I'm not going to play this video, but I am gonna say, if you need, like, some kind of, like, satisfying way of seeing your Fed posty rage reflected back on you, there is a really great video, satirical video, posted on the Renegade Cut channel, and it's very good. It's called "Should We Kill the American Psycho?" and it's very clearly about Patrick Bateman, and it talks about, like, Patrick Bateman as a character and, like, what in the movie American Psycho should have been done about the American Psycho. It's very good. But don't Fed post in my chat, please. Renegade Cut is a good channel. I agree. I'm gonna drown my sorrows in sexy, smutty fan fictions, but AO3 was down for hours. I'm sorry, Lily Love Stuff.
They say they are our friends and yet they are useless.
Yeah, they're fake friends. Yeah. I have not seen the new Sandman season.
What a fucking bag of cunty shit. Asterisk 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 tits. I just need to get in words while her filter is off. Wankers.
Wait a minute. Why did text to speech read cunty? Okay, I mean, all right, that's fine. All right. You know, it's all good. Robbed, what the fuck? No, the filter was never off. Let's see here. It's not towards Australians, true.
I wish I could say it's been a good 6 months, but at least we're in this together.
Sorry you're blue, it's the best that we can make them, huh? Okay, so we have a lot to talk about today, and I do want to preface today's show by throwing out there that hey, if you are finding today difficult to handle, maybe today is not the day to consume political content. Maybe today is the day to like go play a video game and like watch the VOD tomorrow. Maybe today is the day that you need to like go to that 24-hour gym or YMCA you have a membership to like burn off some steam. Um rather than consume political content, because I know that there are some people who just like this is like popcorn to y'all, okay? But recognize that there are limits to like what human beings can handle, and that if you are feeling overwhelmed today, it is okay for you guys to like unplug for a day, okay? Or like figure out something you can do that is fulfilling or helps you burn off energy, what have you, and do that thing. You know, whether it's playing video games, exercising, sex, whatever. You know, figure it out. Because I can tell you today is not the day to engage with other online randos. Today, people are angry and in despair. It's not a good day to argue with strangers. It's not a good day to argue with other people in like our communities, because like frankly everyone's hurting right now, okay? Everyone's hurting. Everyone is like beyond their limit, and we're going to be trying to I'm going to be I'm not going to like sugarcoat what today's stream is going to be. We're going to take a look at what is coming down the pipeline now that this bill is passed in Congress. And it's going to be bad. Like, it's going to be very bad. But at a certain point, we do have to look at what our material reality is going to be. And we also are then, once we know kind of what's going to happen, figure out how to react to that, how to prepare for that, how to build up, against that, right? Hendrix Hideout, thank you for the $5 super chat, and it is going to be an unimaginable amount of suffering, like that is what we are going to be talking about today, and that it's going to hit everyone close to home, and so I just wanted to preface stream by being honest about what we're going to be talking about. Okay? So, what we're going to be doing, okay, I think we're going to lead with a couple others. Well, let me put it this way. Nah, we'll lead with the big one. We'll lead with the big one. I was thinking we'd maybe like work up to it with like some of the absolute silliness that is happening in this country, but I think we need to pull the Band-Aid off fast. I'm not going to give up. I'm just scared. Yeah, and it's okay to be scared. It's okay to be angry. It's okay to be sad. It's okay to grieve. Nah, Zolta, it's not worth doing that, okay? You stick right in here, or you go chill. You do not, the grave is not calling you, all right? Don't do that. Love from New Zealand. Sorry about Mango Mussolini. Yeah, no dying. That is in fact one of the rules of stream and chat. You're not allowed. You voided your legal right the second you entered chat.
I'm going to stay as long as I can, but I'm ready to crawl under a rock about now.
Yeah. And that's about right. That makes sense. But we're going to talk about the damage that is done. We're going to talk about what some of the things that might be coming down the pipeline or are coming down the pipeline. And we're also going to talk about what you can do about it. Okay? That's that's maybe one of the more important things to stick around for, okay? Because there are things we can do. We are not without agency in this situation, and there are actions you can take to better your life, the lives of your friends and family, etc. Okay? The lives of the people in your community. It's important to understand that those possibilities exist and that you are not trapped. We'll be going over what I have found particularly useful as we go through this political moment. And I think that by the end of this, you aren't going to be feeling good, but I think maybe you might feel somewhat prepared. Okay? So, what happened today? Well, the House of Representatives passed without changes the Senate's budget bill, which means that that budget bill is now going to go to the desk of the President of the United States, who is going to sign it into law. Okay? Now, this budget bill is maybe one of the worst pieces of legislation to pass in our lifetimes. You know, it is absolutely destructive. It is going to do, among many, many other acts of suffering, kick tens of millions of people off of Medicaid, likely many, many more people off of Medicare. It is going to screw over state-level marketplaces for healthcare. In some cases, people might be paying 3 to 4 times their premiums. It is, and that's just related to the healthcare. Okay. How Republicans have tried to sell this is that essentially they're saying, well, you see, it's going to balance the budget because it's going to make the economy grow by trillions of dollars. Except that the reality of this bill is that it is going to balloon our deficit by $4 to $6 trillion, somewhere in that ballpark. It's really bad. It also adds a lot of funding for ICE. To give you an idea of how much a lot of funding is, their current budget is about $8 billion. With the funding in this bill, its funding is going to be over $150 billion. I've seen different estimates of how much it's ballooning the budget for immigration enforcement, and that includes detention. So a large chunk of that money is going to be for facilities or concentration camps across the United States. And another large chunk of it is going to be outfitting and hiring citizen soldiers as an occupying military force for America. So in total, we're looking at, an explosion of ICE funding, with the goal of being able to do what they did to LA to every major city in America. And if you take the budget being supplied to the entirety of immigration enforcement, it is larger than the entire military budget of Russia. To just to give you a perspective of how much money they are putting into like ICE and immigration enforcement, they are giving it a larger budget than the entire military of one of the world's superpowers. Okay? It is Indivisible said it will make ICE the third largest military force in the world. It's not exactly ICE, but our entire immigration enforcement apparatus, which includes ICE, includes like Customs and Border Patrol, etc. Yes. Essentially, yes. It would make it the third largest military force in the world. So when we talk about it being like the Gestapo or an occupying military force, That is what this bill has just created. Okay? And what is going to be the case is that you are going to see more and more in relatively short order ICE offices embedded with local police departments. What you are going to see is a lot of other things as well. The way the funding is laid out, that is a little misleading. It's not a little misleading. We're talking about the entire immigration enforcement apparatus. I got my information from one of the leading lawyers in the immigration rights movement in America. The entire apparatus is getting around $150 billion. And yeah, that's bad. That's so basically brown shirts. No, brown shirts are unofficial members of the government. This is again much more directly relatable to like a Gestapo-like agency of unknown masked assailants who will kidnap people off the streets. Okay. And I'm trying to describe this in a way that doesn't sound hyperbolic because but like this is how bad it is. What this bill does is so unspeakably beyond the pale that it sounds like I'm being hysterical, but that's what the bill does. They made it they made it that way. Why the fuck was this passed? Well, that is an interesting question. Largely, it seems that there was a lot of political pressure being applied by Donald Trump and his goons. And I want to say there was a lot of pressure, but like some of the stories that are coming out are just very weird. And I don't know how much of it is pressure and how much of it like our politicians are just brain broken or like have genuinely drunk the Kool-Aid. I am unsure, right? But some of the holdouts, the fiscal hawks that have for decades, my entire life, have talked about how are we going to pay for it? Whenever anything good comes to the table, whenever anything that might help the working class of America, the fiscal hawks have been there to ask, but what about the national debt? What about the deficit? And this time, apparently, all that was required was Donald Trump showing up and offering them signed merchandise. And I'm not even kidding. That came out in reporting late last night. It's nuts. It is truly nuts. Some of the, and I don't know, like I don't know if that is the whole of it. Maybe like part of it is, Donald Trump visited these people and like kind of like in a threatening kind of like mafioso kind of way, like, hey, you better play ball, otherwise we're coming after you. But like either way, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Ultimately, they were won over by the lightest amount of pressure. And this is maybe one of the most reviled pieces of legislation in modern American history. Like the people who are aware of this bill, whether they are Democrats or Republicans, they fucking despise it. So that's kind of where we're at. All right. A lot of this bill is truly awful. We're gonna take a look at what's in it in just a moment here, but it's also maybe important to note that as soon as this bill passed, Donald Trump took a moment to give a little bit of a speech, and I'm gonna play you about 15 seconds of it here, because it really does feel insane to me that the entire liberal establishment and mainstream media apparatus and like have come together again to paint someone like Zoran Mamdani as an anti-Semite Whereas Donald Trump like regularly goes out there and like talks about Jewish people in deranged, derogatory manner, and like no one says anything about it. No one says anything about it. But here he is taking a victory lap on getting this piece of legislation to his desk.
But if you love them, or if you love somebody that you're leaving it to, think of that. No death tax, no estate tax, no going to the banks and borrowing from, in some cases, a fine banker, and in some cases, Shylocks and bad people. But they...
Now, you might have noticed an interesting word that he used at the end of that clip. The word Shylock. One thing to know about Shylock is that is one of the most famous Shakespeare characters. The main antagonist of a play called The Merchant of Venice. The titular merchant who demands as payment a pound of flesh, while again playing into some of the oldest anti-Semitic tropes in Europe. And I need to really emphasize to you guys that that is maybe one of the most anti-Semitic things you can say. You know, it's, hey, you know, you, in one case you might get like a normal banker, and in the other case you might get like a Jewish banker, right? He's JQ posting. I mean, he's not necessarily JQ posting, but like he's basically JQ posting. I don't think it's at all too uncharitable to him to be like, yeah, that's JQ posting. Like this is like a beyond the pale. This is like his, like the verbal version of a Nazi salute. So God. Antonio's the merchant, Shylock's the money lender. You understand what I mean. Come on. What is JQ posting? Jewish question posting. It's what Nazis do in online forums. It's their version. It's, you know, when you hear someone saying they're just asking questions, the question that is being referred to is the Jewish question. If he's not JQ posting, he's at least enabling JQ posting. Yeah, he's basically talking about how Jewish people are bankers and are going to screw you over. Yeah. It's not even dog whistling, it's just straight up whistling. Exactly, you know? This is the KKK showing up without their hoods to burn a cross, you know? So it is yeah. It's very interesting that the second he got his one and only piece of legislation through Congress, that he immediately started doing anti-Semitic slurs. You know? And that is very worrisome. On the other end of the spectrum, what have the Democrats been doing? They've been patting themselves on the back. They've just been jerking themselves off all day. And it's maybe one of the most infuriating things I've ever seen in my life. Hakeem Jeffries is the leader America deserves. The reason they're posting this, by the way, is that Hakeem Jeffries gave a 7-hour-long talk in Congress. And, like, is that impressive? I mean, maybe a little, but, like, Cory Booker did, like, the longest speech in American history in Congress. 9-hour. Right. But also, like, I do 9-hour streams where I'm talking, okay? Like, I don't know, like, is he the next leader of the Democratic Party? God, I hope not. Just, like, It's so weak. It's so weak. Like, I don't know how to properly put this in context, right? But there is a very specific feeling that is inspired within me with the twin pieces of knowledge of Hakeem Jeffries being like applauded by the entire Democratic establishment for, giving a lengthy speech on the floors of Congress. And like the big concession that Chuck Schumer is patting himself on the back for is changing the official name of the bill, so it's no longer officially the big beautiful bill, something else. But like, Republicans don't care. They still call it that. They still call it the big beautiful bill. Chuck Schumer was on social media just like 2 days ago being like, look at that, we did that, we did it, everyone, we changed the name. And it's just infuriating. It's infuriating in a way that there are no words for. What Chuck Schumer did, and I want you all to understand this. What Chuck Schumer did is he took the one chance Democrats could have had to stop this. The one time in the entire legislative session that Democrats would be able to actually extract concessions, actually weaken the damage of this bill, would actually be able to use any kind of negotiating power. And he gave it all away so that he and a few other people in Congress had the ability to introduce doomed amendments to the budget bill. And like, the ones that did manage to get through were meaningless. He literally bargained away the ability to stop this budget bill for the opportunity to be able to change the fucking name. Tens of millions of people are going to lose their health care, but I guess at least Chuck Schumer has been able to change the name of a piece of legislation. It is infuriating. Can we also take a moment to turn some ire on Lisa Murkowski? We already did that the other day, but yeah, fuck Lisa Murkowski too. So many of these people who voted on this piece of legislation, to them, it's nothing. It's just a game. Your lives are just pawn pieces that they are perfectly willing to sacrifice. It is contempt for each and every one of us that fuels the political leadership on both sides. And like, the New York Times is no better. Well, look at this. In Iowa, Trump begins task of selling his bill to the American people. And it's like, shouldn't you have done that before the legislation passed? Fuck you. You will also have to sell it to a skeptical public as Democrats focus on all the ways it helps the wealthy. And like, do you understand how insane this framing is from the New York Times? Do you guys get it? The framing here isn't Democrats focus on how the bill is going to absolutely annihilate tens of thousands of lives. The framing here isn't about how it's going to meaningfully make poorer vast swaths of the American public. And on the one hand, the New York Times is complicit with this. And on the other hand, Democratic establishment politicians are complicit with this. Every single one of these Republican ghouls should be reviled for the rest of time. When they pass away, they need to be buried in like those like cursed sarcophagi. Like, we need to remake some of those and put them in the ground. You know? That way, like, archaeologists millions of years from now can be like, oh yeah, this guy sucked.
Beyond satire, just received this absurd propaganda email from the nonpartisan Social Security admin. War is peace, freedom is slavery, poverty is wealth.
Yeah, every single aspect of this administration is just dedicated to bamboozling you. You can no longer trust a single thing that the government says. I mean, you never really could, but like, you could trust some basic factual information. You could trust that like the Social Security Administration wasn't going to be sending you propaganda emails, you know? Neoliberalism has predictably surrendered America to fascism. Absolutely. That is it, 100%. Neoliberalism has always been the poisoned pill that was meant to destroy America. Fucking traitorous. Wait, they sent an email that said what? They sent the Social Security Administration sent an email patting the US government on the back for passing the tax bill. Now I want to play this. This is from the other day. You all remember the alligator concentration camp that the Trump administration is peddling around on its latest horrific PR campaign. Okay. DJ, you got the email as well. Fuck the timeline. Absolutely. It is, yeah. It is overwhelming. But the other day when Donald Trump was on camera at Alligator Auschwitz, he had this to say.
So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put, it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be largely responsible for these people. And they know these people. They've worked on the farms for 15 years, and all of a sudden so I have a great, Ron does, Christie does, we have a great feeling for the farmer and for others in the same position. And we're going to give them responsibility for people. And we're going to have a system of signing them up so they don't have to go. They can be here legally. They can, so.
Yeah, so I don't know if you understood all that, but basically he's laying out a system for actually bringing back slavery. Not like, oh, like prison slavery, which of course they're going to expand with this detention camp system that they are building. But also traditional plantation slavery. They are bringing that back. Okay? Because whether you grasp onto the fact that he literally called it owner responsibility over these human beings, or you understand that whatever you call that relationship, you now have given a boss on a farm or plantation like the power to decide whether or not an undocumented immigrant is able to leave the country or is able to continue living in this country with their family, or is forced to leave, or is forced to disappear in one of these detention camps, one of these concentration camps. Okay? And one might say, okay, but like, how are they going to implement that? And the answer is they just got an amount of money injected into this entire immigration enforcement apparatus that is equivalent to like the military budget of Russia. You know, they are going to have the money to be able to do this. If you are listening to me talk about this and you are feeling angry and sad and like feeling your heart break, let this moment radicalize you. Let this moment like lead you to a better way of engaging with this world, because the way we have up till now been engaging with it has not been working. We need to work together to build a system that will actively oppose and stop these men from being in power. Okay? The old system led directly to this. The neoliberalism of the, since Reagan, really, but especially of the 90s, the aughts, and the 10s, like, that neoliberalism brought us here. Like, Joe Biden was the chance here to restore normalcy. That was like his mandate, right? His attempt to restore normalcy failed because it was rooted in neoliberal ideology, and that was always going to backslide into fascism. We need something better. We need something different. We need something that actually prioritizes working class people. And on top of that, and I need to really stress this to every single one of you, the solution to this is not in any one of us. It is in us collectively. It is in us all together, working together to throw off these chains. We must build something better out of necessity. Now, I will say, there are some Democrats willing and able to stand up and do something right. And one of the representatives I've been paying attention to for a while now is Representative Anna Escamani, who represents a district in Florida. And luckily, I do have to say she's doing something right here, which is, blow this up for you guys. We are on our way to the Everglades Immigration Detention Center, built by your tax dollars and without any transparency. As state lawmakers, we have both the right and the responsibility to conduct oversight, and we will be demanding full access. Sorry, she's a representative in Florida for the state of Florida. But like, this type of oversight is going to be necessary to make sure torture isn't being implemented, to make sure that, like, people aren't just being massacred inside of these camps. I was watching the Majority Report earlier today, and they had on Heather Digby of Salon, and she was talking about the need to call these what they are: concentration camps. And they are not yet death camps, but we need to be pretty careful with our language as we go forward. Okay? And the MAGA conservatives know this, like the Republican movement wants this. This isn't like an aberration. This isn't a deviation from what conservatives have traditionally been. This is what Republican politicians have been the entire time. This is their end goal. This is their ultimate wet dream. I present to you this interaction.
Let's secure the border. Let's make sure that ICE is funded. So you look at Nashville, which has been in the news because of the deportations, because of the woke Nashville mayor literally interfering with ICE. Now ICE is going to have the personnel and the resources to come into cities like Nashville, like Chicago, like LA, and quite frankly, deport people in New York. And quite frankly, not to shift topics, but if Zoran fudged on his immigration forms, we may very well be deporting him. Time will tell.
Yeah, well, we want to get there, Congressman.
Just a fun fact about this congressperson here. He has oh god, he's not one to talk. He's not one to talk about like lying on any kind of form.
We feel awful because American individualism demands that you fix the world by yourself, and it's your fault when it fails. It's a lie to keep us down.
I mean, it is one of the reasons, yeah. But that was Representative Andy Ogles, who, by all accounts, has lied about what he majored in college. He faked his graduate degrees. He also lied about his past careers. So, like, he's advocating for someone to be seized and deported when he himself has built up an entire life of lies. Again, I know that at this point, hypocrisy will not, pointing out hypocrisy doesn't meaningfully move the needle here, but, I guess something to be aware of that, like, really their vile duplicity knows no bounds, you know? It's really, really awful. But yeah, that oversight is going to be more and more necessary as the place that they have now literally called Alligator Alcatraz is now seeing its first, detainees. This place, by the way, built in a week. It's literally just tents and cages. Literally just tents and cages. Now, let's just take a look. We'll be taking a look at the New York Times, for all its faults, did a decent breakdown of where the costs are going for this budget bill. It's awful, you know? As you can see, the biggest cost over the next 10 years is just extending these tax cuts. It's like comically large increase in tax cut expenditure. All so that they can make the richest people in the world a little bit richer. While cutting Medicaid, the program that keeps people alive in this country, cutting green energy investment and environmental efforts, things that aim to make the planet livable. Student loans, food benefits, healthcare, natural resources, all of that are being cut. Okay? All of that is being cut. It's really awful. There are some, like, small spots of good, like the child tax credit increased to $2,200 in 2026. But note, one of the things about this is that it will now require that you file a social security number in order to get this tax credit. So again, anyone who would otherwise be filing taxes, maybe without a social security number, will no longer be able to file taxes, or at least if they do file taxes, they will be unable to get that tax credit, which is, again, primarily to help children. But the overwhelming majority of this is awful. It's just bad. Also, there are going to be a handful of cuts that only last through Donald Trump's tax term. Or not tax term, but like his term. So, like, understand that part of what is going to happen with this bill is that in the immediate sense there are going to be changes, but then there are going to be changes that roll out. There are going to be changes that roll out immediately. There are going to be changes that roll out right after the 2026 midterms. And that's when the really heinous stuff will start hitting. And then there are going to be provisions that sunset after Donald Trump is no longer in office, right? And what's going to happen then, and this is one of the reasons why we all need to get ready to run and fight the Democratic Party, is that without a significant movement calling for the end to ICE, the abolishment of DHS, without a movement with those clear demands and those clear pressures being placed upon Democratic members of Congress, they're going to continue to fund ICE at these levels, right? Because what happens at the end of 2020, I think at the end of 2029 or at the beginning of 2029, is that the ICE funding expires. The immigration enforcement funding expires. And so what a large amount of this immigration enforcement funding is supposed to do is build infrastructure that will then demand more funding. Okay? And we need to make sure we have a political movement capable of letting Democratic establishment folks know in no uncertain terms that they cannot allow these facilities to stay open. They cannot allow ICE agents to this degree to be embedded in our society. We need to have, unambiguously a demand to undo the cuts to Medicaid, and hell, even let's get a single payer. Let's get Medicare for all. That's what we're going to need by the end of this. We're going to need a coherent political movement, not just to elect someone who is bare minimum not Donald Trump. We are going to need a political movement capable of, getting things better, undoing the police state, undoing the damage of ICE, but also getting us better than what we have now. Okay, we're going to need healthcare. We're going to need housing. We are going to need the things that every other country on earth views as a fundamental human right. And understand that what we are doing here and the policies we propose and demand, they matter. Okay? They matter. It has to be better because what we had before is exactly how we got here. Exactly, Ember Brains. Exactly. What this budget bill has shown is that all of the questions about how are you going to pay for it when it came to Medicaid were bullshit. All of the questions about how are you going to pay for it when it comes to housing, they're bullshit. All of the questions about how you're going to pay for it when it comes to feeding the hungry, bullshit. They were able to cut millions, tens of millions of people off of their health care to give a gigantic tax break that is unaffordable and unsustainable to the wealthiest people on the planet who did not need the extra money. None of the arguments about how are we going to pay for it, they're all bullshit. Never, ever let yourself or someone you love fall for that shit again. Never. So we need not just a movement capable of demanding the destruction of this police state apparatus. We also need a movement capable of demanding better than what we had before. We will destroy these Gestapo agencies being propped up across America, and we will build something better on the ashes. All right, that is kind of our mission right now. That is the goal. But understand that as they cut Medicaid, as they beef up the ICE budget for domestic policing, understand a very, very chilling fact. And this was pointed out by boltsmag.org. Saw this story being surfaced again. How cuts to Medicaid hurt public safety. And wouldn't you know it, if you read this article, I'll link it in chat. But if you go over this, what has been found by researchers is that, hey, When you cut Medicaid, it makes people more desperate, and they will do what they have to do to survive, which in turn increases crime. And when you have a police state, what do you do about the increased crime? You put them into prison and put them to work. It is a terrifying and horrible machine. And of course, I do want to warn all of you, over the next several days, there are going to be Republican politicians, you know, high-fiving, partying, being real fucking smug about it. Here's Derek Van Orden in the House responding, yes, to a Twitter user saying, 17 million people just lost healthcare, 18 million kids just lost school meals, 3 million Americans just lost food assistance, and he delights in it. These people are evil. You know? There's not really any other way of understanding someone who would delight in starving 18 million kids. There's not really any other way to respond to people who would vote in favor of a bill that would kick 17 million people off of their health care and deny 3 million American families food to eat, let alone 18 million children food. It is bad. Okay? It is it's quite bad. Understand this is going to hurt countless people. Conservative estimates say about 50,000 people a year just from not having health insurance are going to be dying as a result of this bill. So that is awful. So what can we do? What can we do? Well, one thing that I can tell you guys that I have found very useful is the What's the Plan weekly discussions being put out by Indivisible. Indivisible is the organization that's been organizing these No Kings protests, has been organizing the previous smaller protests, and is currently in the process of organizing the upcoming July 17th protest. Okay? So we're going to take a look at their discussion that was posted today, because I found it particularly helpful and lit a little bit of hope in my belly. And yes, we'll be talking about more about what we can do, okay? But we're going to go through this, and it's going to be painful, but one of the things that I like about Ezra and Leah, who have been excellent leaders in this org, one thing I like about them is that they do not shy away from actually talking about what the situation is. They do not sugarcoat it. They engage with what the reality is, and I appreciate that. Okay? So we're going to jump into this. Okay? Yeah, the hands-off protest. They've been organizing for a long, long time in lefty spaces, and they've come to prominence here. And understand that when we talk about organizing, the goal is not just like abstract. It is very tangible. We organize for a purpose. You get to know your neighbors. You get them to go out and do things they wouldn't normally do because you need to stand up as a community for what is right. Okay? And we need to actually start putting our focus on achieving those goals. Because what is frustrating, and I think what a lot of people get disillusioned by, is the fact that organizing is building a foundation. It is building the scaffolding of something greater. It is building up over time. It is not something that generally leads to immediate results. It is not something that generally is super satisfying in the short term. What it can do in the long term is what is the most important. All right? I know that as a community, there have been so many of you who have poured your hearts and your souls into calling your representatives and your senators and faxing them and trying to apply pressure. And understand, part of the reason you have been doing that is not just to get better, like to get an immediate result, though of course that is one of the primary goals of doing that. It is also to help you get more used to putting yourself out there. It is also so that you know the ropes, so you can help a friend or a neighbor or a family member do the same thing. It is an act that makes it easier for you to do more in the future. Whether that is physically going to a protest, whether that is going to your elected representative's office, whether it is going into town hall meetings, whether it is running for office yourself, it is to flex your muscles when it comes to organizing, because that is very, very important for where we're going. Because the asks are only going to get harder. You know, the asks are going to be bigger than just, hey, can you call someone? Hey, can you fax someone? The asks are going to get bigger as we stare down the barrel of a fascist police state. And so you start with phone calls. You start with talking with your friends. Okay? So let's jump into this. What I like also about Indivisible is they provide action points, calls to action for you guys if you just don't really know where to get started. And I think that's very vital and useful.
Hey, folks.
We're going to skip this initial part just because it's a lot of preamble.
Visible groups are made up of individuals, but we find community with each other. We identify where we have leverage, and then we build our power and we push. So I like to start these calls every single week by recognizing some of the dozens of new local indivisible groups that have formed in the previous week, and this week is no different. There were dozens of new indivisible groups all over this week, the world, who have joined. And so let's reflect a little bit on that, and let's give some love to brand spanking new indivisible groups all around the world. I've got OCDWC Indivisible. This is West Virginia Indivisible in Wheeling, West Virginia. If y'all haven't been to Wheeling, it is gorgeous. It is a great...
Dan from the internet, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, folks. And folks, go check out Dan from the internet. Excellent content creator. Go check him out. Good stuff. Hey, Gayfesh.
Place to visit. I recommend it. Welcome, Teddy with Wheeling, West Virginia Indivisible. Julie with Castroville Indivisible. This is in Texas. I didn't even know where it was, and it wasn't so far away from where I grew up. It's just outside of San Antonio, Castroville, Texas, just a town.
Again, one of the things I like about these talks is they talk about the different communities that have been begun to mobilize across the United States, and you get like places in the middle of nowhere. Like places, towns of like 2,000 people that are opening up their own indivisible like branch and organizing office. And that is so powerful and so good. And understand, super critical to understand this, folks. You are not alone. Okay? You are not alone. You are not alone in your rage. You are not alone in your pain. You are not alone in your sorrow. We all have someone in our lives who we love with all our hearts who is going to be affected by this. And you are not alone in your love. And you are not alone in wanting to take action to do something about this.
Down at 3,000 people. Julie, Castroville Indivisible, welcome to the movement. We've got Christina from Indivisible SOTR. That stands for South of the River in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Lee and I both went to undergrad in Northfield, Minnesota, where the great Paul Wellstone taught. Huge fans of that area in Minnesota. And with Indivisible Lacrosse, let me correct myself from last week. I said, if you're in a town of 50,000 or more, there's probably already an Indivisible group there. You should just go and find it, because most of the Indivisible groups I've been seeing are brand new in small towns. I was surprised, because Lacrosse has more than 50,000 people and brand new to the Indivisible movement, and has registered Indivisible Lacrosse in Wisconsin. Welcome, Anne, and Indivisible Lacrosse. And then I always like the small towns, because I come from outside city limits in a tiny.
Okay, we'll skip ahead a little bit more. Okay.
In their own community. This is how you push back against the authoritarians. This is what works, is local organizing. It doesn't mean we win every fight, but it does mean we build the power we need for the long term. So thank you for being here. Leah, for all our new people, what do we do these calls for? What's this all about?
Well, welcome, folks. So this is our weekly What's the Plan? We talk about what is in the news. We talk about our strategy. It's mostly Q&A, overwhelmingly live, but we do get some pre-submitted questions in advance from particularly Indivisible leaders. If you have a question, you can put it in via the Q&A function in the toolbar. You can also upvote questions with the little thumbs up sign underneath each question. So upvote the ones that you want to see. We're going to be taking questions mostly from off the top of the queue. So upvote those questions that you want to see us answer. But we'll also try to have some variety and make sure we cover different topics as we can. Time respect. This is a really hard day. Yeah, it is a day that is directly has direct personal implications for a lot of people on this call, or a lot of people around the country. Every day has been kind of a really, really hard day for someone since Donald Trump took office. We're all dealing with a lot. Lower D democratic spaces are by their nature messy. We'd really ask you to try to keep this space constructive, respectful, and supportive. We want to lift each other up as we move through these incredibly hard things. That is fundamentally how we are going to organize together. It is fundamentally how we're going to win.
That's right. I saw somebody ask, do I just report out all of the Indivisible groups that have joined, or just some of them? And what's the process? It is I do not read out all of it. It's completely random. I look through the list of dozens. I'm like, that's interesting. Where's that? Or oh, there's a group there. If you would like me to call out your group, get in touch with your local Indivisible organizer and let them know what you're up to. I would be happy to call out your group out here. Let me know. But let's get in. So we have a lot of questions already coming in. There's been a lot of news. Leah, why don't we cover a bit about the news of the day, and then we'll get into questions. Obviously, the news of the day is this bullshit billionaire bailout bill just passed the House, which means it is headed to Donald Trump's desk for signature. And my understanding is they're planning to sign this tomorrow into law. Before we get into the substance of the bill, I want to acknowledge just how much work everybody on this call, everybody in this movement, all of our partners did to fight back against this and highlight exactly how egregious it is. This meant town halls. This meant empty chair town halls. This meant billboards. This meant highway signs. This meant canvassing. This meant protests. This meant die-ins. I saw Bucks County Indivisible did an incredible event outside of one member of Congress's office just yesterday, an incredible visual showing exactly the impact of this bill, which is to lead to Americans' deaths because of the cuts to healthcare. That is one of the major things this bill does, and you highlighted in this incredible way, and a member of Congress who turned out to be one of two who voted against it, Brian Fitzpatrick. Now, I'm not saying I'm a fan of Brian Fitzpatrick. What I am saying is pressure has worked, pressure did work, and pressure in this moment was not adequate to stop one of the worst bills in American history. That's the reality. That does not mean that it was a waste of time or that it was not impactful to show up. We made this as hard as we possibly could on Republicans. They passed it by the skin of their teeth. That is the reality. That is extremely frustrating to all of us who put our hearts and souls into this fight, and it is the reality. We have to make commitments in this moment to not let this moment pass They did not just win.
That's a really good point, Lovely Pariah. To get involved in Indivisible, you don't have to be on the street. You can get involved, for example, with graphic design, in a lot of different aspects. You are going to find that your local Indivisible has a lot of needs and a lot of specialized roles that you can fill, even if you are not capable of getting out and being on the front lines of a protest. Okay? Worth pointing out, in every kind of protest movement, there are a lot of different kinds of folks who get involved with a lot of different skills. Some people are better at being on the front lines. Some people are better at running social media. Some people are better at organizing events. Some people are better in a whole host of different ways at various different skill sets. So ask yourself what you are good at and how that could be helpful to a political organizing movement.
Win and then we all move on. We are not moving on. We are not moving on. And I want to be clear in two ways that we are not moving on. One is the obvious way. One is the obvious way that you're going to hear Democratic politicians talking about right now, which is elections are in 16 months, and boy, howdy, are these Republicans going to pay for it. That is true, that is real, and that is important to say. It is very important that there is immediate blowback, that this is a teaching moment both for Republicans and the rest of the country, that this is deeply unpopular and that the public will not just sit by and allow it and accept it. We are angry, and there are going to be political consequences. But the election is 16 months away, y'all. It is 16 months away. So just saying we're going to vote in November of 2026 is not adequate.
And by the way, it's really not. What needs to happen is a reckoning. You know, what we need are you guys who are feeling this rage, who are feeling this pain, who are feeling crushed by this. We need some of you to look into yourselves and see whether or not you are capable of running for something, running for office, okay? Because what needs to happen here is not just districts that are up in the air. Maybe they'll go Trump, and maybe they'll go, maybe they went Trump, maybe they barely went Democrat. You know, like those aren't just the only seats we need to be looking at and earnestly trying to win. There are some Republican strongholds that we need to have people try. You know, the Democratic Party typically doesn't run a challenger in every single Republican district. You know, a lot of elections are not contested. And we need people to contest. We need people to put on their walking shoes and get knocking on doors. In some of these cases, in a town or a city, you and a handful of people might just be able to get you elected over a Republican. And we need to build people. We need to build people up. We need to build this person power movement up now. Okay? Now is the time to be asking yourself, should I run for something? Not 10 months from now. Okay? Like, you need to, like, in the next week, figure out, can you run? And if the answer is yes, do it. That's what we need to do. And if you do it, understand that I will be in your corner. I will help boost you. I will do my best to get this community behind you wherever you are in this country.
Disconnect for me, as I've been following this crap all day. Thank you, Riverboat Jack, for all you do. If you can't find a protest TMW, stay home.
Good night, good night, Chris Huggins. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Get good rest. But we need people to actually be considering this possibility. If you are someone who thinks that, like, you might be capable of doing this, I encourage you to go to www.runforsomething.net. Okay, they will have resources available for you to get you started on the process of running for office. Okay? Like, we need people who are able to put out a leftist message, a pro-working class message, and then beat these Republican assholes. what Zoran Mamdani has shown is that we can, in fact, break this Republican conservative machine. You know? And yes, I am well aware that Zoran Mamdani beat Andrew Cuomo, and I stand by what I said. So what we need to do is we need to consider that, because there's no one coming. Okay, there's no intervention that is coming here. China isn't going to come and do regime change here in America. You know, there's not an outside group. There's no secret society. There's nothing. There's nothing. Okay, the courts have effectively abandoned us in a large degree, and we'll talk about that briefly later on in today's stream. But the courts are not going to come to our rescue. That only leaves us. That leaves brute organizing power. That leaves people brave enough to stand up as they look around and realize no one else is doing the thing and doing the thing themselves. And that's the moment we're in. Okay? That's the moment we're in.
It is not adequate because some of what's in this bill is not going to just impact us in 2026. It's going to happen now. It's going to happen now. So let's get into what's in the bill, because we have a responsibility not to just start registering voters and get ready for get out the vote efforts 12 months from now. We have a responsibility to start responding to the new reality that this bill has just created. So if you're on this call, you know it's a bad bill. I'm not going to go through the full list. It's the largest transfer of wealth in American history to the wealthy. It cuts food stamps by more than any time in history. It cuts Medicaid.
Yeah.
I don't fully know how the Dems are going to make them pay with the Jeffries and Schumer playbook. We need enough Mamdanis that they cannot pass anything with though.
Socket Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And yeah, no, this is one of the reasons why part of the messaging I think we need to have as leftists is we need to get rid of Democratic leadership. The debate going on right now between, you know, the abundance liberals and the progressive wing of the party, that is the battle for whether or not we will see any justice, whether or not we will be able to dig ourselves out of this fascist mess. That is the question here. If we continue to be led by Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, there will be no Medicare for all. There will be no housing reform. There will be no actual, you know, holding to account of these Republicans, of these people trying to kill us. And what needs to happen is radical change, and they are not up to the task.
By more than any time in history. And it creates the single largest federal.
Rachel Atwood, the reason why elements of the online left call Ezra and Leah shitlibs is because there's a certain element of the left that will call anyone who engages in electoral politics shitlibs. It doesn't. If they're you know, on the left in any capacity and involved in electoral politics, you get that label, even if it makes no fucking sense whatsoever.
Law enforcement agency that has ever existed in this country. That's all real. It pays for all of this in two ways: by cutting stuff for you, Medicaid, Medicare, other services, and by adding trillions to the national debt. That's all I'll say. If you want a deeper explainer, go talk to the policy wonks. Look at our explainers. You can do that. We're not going to spend more time on the specifics. We can get into it if there are questions. But to be clear, this is not some conservative piece of legislation. That's not what.
Yeah, I mean, like we're only here in this position in the first place because Chuck Schumer fucked us all and gave up leverage.
I don't see enough passionate anger from the rhetoric on the indivisible calls, and I'm positive that needs to be part of the platform going forward. Civil it dead.
I mean, I do think that the passionate anger is important, but I also think that today is a day for I think today is a good day for calmly discussing what we're going to do not out of a place of reaction, but out of a place of consideration. I do understand the desire for a righteous fury, and I feel like I've been channeling a bit of that maybe today. That part of my goal anyway. But I appreciate that there is someone out there who is able to come forward. And honestly, the Democratic apparatus should be the ones coming out there and explaining very clearly what next steps should be for voters. But Democrats are allergic to the idea of ever being like, yeah, this is what we need to do. We need to organize. We need to get more people involved. You know? And so it falls to people like Ezra and Leah.
This is. It is wingnut, reactionary, fascistic stuff. And it is designed to fool the public. It is designed to fool the public because much of the healthcare cuts, much of the actual cuts to things that people enjoy, they don't take effect until after the 2026 midterms. They're going to be invisible largely for many people for a long time. The tax cuts for the millionaires and billionaires, those are also going to be invisible to most people. But what's not going to be invisible are the secret police. They are not so secret. What we see now with more than $150 billion going to ICE and CBP and to Trump's deportation force is he is creating his own personal Gestapo. And this isn't any small thing. I want to be clear. If this were a military in the world, it would be funded at the third largest military in the world behind.
And that is true, by the way. Based on some of the numbers I've seen lately, it would put ICE and CBP and detention, the entire immigration enforcement apparatus would have more funding than the entire military of Russia.
Us and China. It is a Russian military level funding for a federal law enforcement agency that answers to Donald Trump. That is what this bill creates, and not.
And to kind of help you understand what this is, one of the simpler versions of fascism that I've encountered, I think I got it from Matt Chrisman, actually, from the Chapo podcast, but at least that's where I first heard it. I don't know if he coined the phrase, but fascism is colonialism brought inward. And that is effectively what is happening here. Like we are giving a military budget to an armed and unaccountable force of people to occupy the United States.
In 2026, but now, right now, it is going to go into effect. So this secret police is not so secret. Everybody saw what they did in LA. It dominated national headlines and for good reason. But that was a rehearsal. Why haven't they replicated LA yet? Because they didn't have the money. But now they do. Now they do have the money. So Seattle, New York, Chicago, Austin, they're coming. They are coming. And I don't want to fearmonger, but I do want to set our collective sights on what's coming next. So we don't just say, well, they're going to lose in the midterms. That's not enough. We've got to start preparing ourselves and our communities for how to push back against rampant federal overreach in our community.
And honestly, I'm gonna level with you guys. I don't see anyone else in the political landscape right now talking like Ezra and Leah do about organizing and the necessity to organize right now in a national sense. Like they have a national scale ambition and platform, and they are able to inspire local organizing that empowers that nationwide mission and mandate. And like, I think that's really important. I think this type of grassroots oriented while still nationalized concept and I don't know, direction is really, really important. And I think this is going to be the key to getting us out of this mess if we are to get out of it at all.
Communities going forward. So Leah, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, sure. I'm going to talk a little bit about, I'm going to take it a step back and just say, the passage of this bill shows us two things. And I think Ezra's covering this, but I just want to restate it. The first is that Trump has pretty much fully consolidated control of the Republicans, right? He has we had the deficit hawks claiming that they were going to put up a fight. They did not put up a fight.
Also, gonna take the opportunity here, real quick. If you want to get involved in your local DSA, we can help you do that. This community can help you do that. Use !Discord in the chat. You'll get an invite link to our Discord, and you can message Gamergy on Discord. Gamergy, she will be more than happy to help you get involved in your local DSA or launch a chapter in your area. Okay, you can do both. We have members of this community who have been in the process of launching their own chapters. Okay, start today. Start organizing today. You can do it. Additionally, if you are interested in getting involved and radicalizing the Democratic Party and effectively, pulling out these useless do-nothing Dems, get involved with your local Democratic Party. You can join the Discord, again, !Discord, and you can message Dragonfly in the Discord, and Dragonfly will help you get involved with your local Democratic Party. And I like in a vast majority of cases, and I shit you not, it's true about DSA, it's true about the Democratic Party. Show up to your monthly meetings, and people in those rooms will just offer you positions of power that you can then use to further a farther left agenda. All you have to do is show up. That is 90% of the work. So get doing that, okay? We need more people getting involved, and we need more people like hitting the streets, being willing to knock on doors, being willing to phone bank. We need people who go above and beyond just dropping a donation and walking away and then voting. We need more people. Because what is arrayed against us is a lot of money and a lot of power and a lot of violence. And the only way we stop that is by arraigning our own, our own people. All right? I don't know who that is, Rachel Atwood.
We had the moderates saying that they weren't going to stand for Medicaid cuts. They ultimately passed massive Medicaid cuts that will take effect in their own districts, with the exception of Lisa Murkowski, who...
Oh, awesome, Horizon. Horizon says, I showed up to 2 meetings of my local progressive org, and they just made me a member of their LGBT issues subcommittee. Congrats. See, like, we need more... You guys should, like... we should figure out a way for you guys to alert me whenever you guys do cool organizing stuff so I can shout you guys out for your accomplishments, because genuinely, it gives me hope to see you guys doing things. And I think it gives a lot of other people in this community hope too.
Worked out the very innovative ploy of simply exempting the state of Alaska from as much of this bill as she could, which indicates to you exactly how much of a shit sandwich she knows this bill is. Now, that's one thing. We know that they've consolidated Republicans, and that some of the tools that we've used to try to push on constituent accountability are not getting the results that we need to see. The other thing that we know is that conditions are...
Yeah, also Gamergy, how big is the DSA Shimp Caucus these days? Just, eventually the Riverboat Jack community is going to have enough people in the DSA that we're going to be able to get some real cool shit done.
Going to deteriorate further.
Yeah.
The ICE bill funding, Ezra has covered this. There are other pieces that are happening right now. The Supreme Court ruling sending birthright citizenship back on the justification that there are no longer going to be nationwide injunctions is a pretty big green light to Donald Trump to escalate the lawbreaking, escalate the unconstitutional executive orders, to expect that the Supreme Court will not act to consistently push back and enforce even the most basic parameters of constitutional work. So we are expecting this moment to follow, or we are expecting continued escalation of authoritarian conditions in this moment. And that means for us, a pretty significant shift in our strategy. We've been talking about a lot of this with you so far, but we're really kind of going to go deeper on it right now. And we're going to open a conversation that's going to go through the rest of through the coming weeks. Because what we know is that we are in this period of what the experts call authoritarian breakthrough. It is a time-limited window where a would-be authoritarian is racing to consolidate power before the pro-democracy side gets big and powerful enough to push back before the
Yeah. Also, I think something that is helpful to understand is that while the current times feel unprecedented, they are not in fact unprecedented. This type of authoritarian pattern has played out in other countries across the world over long periods of time. So we are not in a complete unknown situation. Okay? We are in, again, like, there are people who study the rise of authoritarianism, and we are, in effect, in a core and key time of that rise of authoritarianism. We are now in the make or break period where we need, out of necessity, understand, not, this isn't like, oh, well, maybe I'll pencil some time in. No, out of necessity, you need to make time in your days in order to organize and push back on this current moment. You need to be intentional about getting to know people in your community, joining different groups, going to different meetings. You need to be doing something. Figure out what it is, because it's going to depend on what you're good at, right?
Did Leah just call some goppers moderates? They just seem like bad Republicans at this point, and they should all be lumped together as aiding and abetting.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I think the point of this particular moment for Indivisible is still leaving the door open for potential regretful Republicans to be able to come in the door and also join a pro-democracy movement. I don't know how many people are actually going to come in and do that, but like, ultimately, if people are willing to side against an authoritarian dictatorship or an authoritarian movement, you know, it took a lot of different types of people to resist Nazi occupation, and they weren't all in ideological lockstep. Okay, but I also understand your point.
The backlash against the unpopular stuff they're doing becomes insurmountable. I want to highlight that it is a race. And we know that getting out of that, winning that race, it requires the traditional tools that we've used, like congressional advocacy and elections, but
And yes, Rachel Atwood, totally fair to say you have disagreements with other people in DSA. And my entire premise here is get involved in DSA, get involved in your local Dems, and let's make both of those organizations less shitty and more effective.
it also requires this whole of society strategy that looks at every institution, every source of power in American society, and asks, are you complying with that would-be dictator, or are you pushing back? Are you refusing? Are you defying? That means we have to think about, how do we collectively use our leverage and push those institutions, whether those are business actors, whether that is the media, whether that's higher education, whether that's our faith communities and more. How do we push them onto the field to fight back for democracy? We need wholesale defiance across our society. That's going to look.
Oh, you started a DSA channel in Discord. Awesome. Cool.
If enough people join DSA, they'll have to make a DSB.
That took me like a split second longer to understand the joke than I would have liked, but I appreciate it, Sake Tanuki. For whatever reason, I thought it was a Dragon Ball Z joke, and then I realized that wasn't it at all. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Look like mobilizations, the ones that we have expertly put on together. It also looks like non-cooperation, which is saying no and refusing to do things people expect you to do. Organizing to protect our communities, strategic campaigns that push on the enablers of authoritarianism, from Elon Musk.
Oh, the joke is DSA. The sequel to DSA would be DSB, because B comes after A. All right.
To Avelo Airlines ICE deportation flights. We're going to do a deep dive on all of this next week. We might even have slides. I don't know. We're going to walk through the full strategy. Please mark your calendars for that. But I also want to really signpost, this is a moment that requires bringing in way, way more people. That is.
Yep. That is why every subsequent mass organizing event that happens, we should seek to bring in more people. You know, what should be happening here, okay? There was the hands-off protests that were smaller, but still significant. And then there was the No King's Day protests, which were one of the biggest mass mobilizations of people and protest in modern American history since like the 1960s. Okay. And there's going to be another organizing event on July 17th called the Good Trouble Lives On protest. And I think it is important for us to start looking around and start thinking of, hey, I got a group of people to go to the hands-off protest, and I got a slightly bigger group of people to go to the to the No Kings protest. I'm going to get even more people to go to the Good Trouble protest. Okay? The goal should be not focusing really on the overall numbers of the protest, but rather how many people you can grow your circle of people you can rely on to go to a protest. Okay? That should be your goal. Your goal should be to help mass mobilize by getting as many people out there as we can get at each one of these mass mobilization dates. Okay?
Why, after No Kings, we launched 1 Million Rising. The idea is we got a lot of people who've shown up for one event, one protest, one rally. We need to pull those people in. We need them in local relationship with an indivisible group or a local organizing home, and we need to train them on the strategic logic of nonviolent resistance to would-be authoritarianism, because we're going to have to build this out together. We have to develop our campaigns. We have to figure out how we push back together.
Now, I know that there are going to be some people in chat who heard the term nonviolent protest and thought that, man, that's not going to be enough for a current moment. Okay? And the reason nonviolent protests are pushed by mainstream groups like Indivisible.
I also wonder how much damage would come from lumping all the GOP reps together. The GOP has been calling Joe Manchin socialist for decades.
That, I think, would be valuable. The Democratic establishment has for too long separated like MAGA from like the general Republican ethos. The old never Trump Republican movement, it's dead. It's dead and gone. It's been dead and gone forever. MAGA is the Republican movement. It is the Republican Party. Like, differentiating them is pointless. And also it kind of always was, really. Like, the values of the MAGA movement are just the values of the Republican movement writ large. You know, doing away with like the idea that like Republican voters ever gave a shit about the deficit, you know? So understand, I agree with you there. But like the reason groups like Indivisible talk about nonviolence is for a couple of different reasons. One, it is a way you can publicly organize to protest. It is a legally protected right of yours to be able to talk about it publicly and organize in that way, right? So it's good to exercise that. Secondly, it is also, again, according to like various research that has been done on combating the rise of authoritarianism, it is statistically the most effective way of defeating an authoritarian movement. It is statistically the most effective way of getting positive outcomes out of defeating an authoritarian movement. Okay? Because often, even when there is a violent resistance to an authoritarian government, the results of the violent overthrow of said government might not be as idyllic as one might hope. Now, understand that, of course, historically, nonviolent protest has also, you know, around it had elements of violence, right? You had Martin Luther King Jr., you had Malcolm X, you had more radicalized movements, you had the deliberate planning of like the civil rights protests that were nonviolent, being done with the knowledge that the brutalization of nonviolent protesters would galvanize the rest of the country into taking action, and in ways that might be messy and unpredictable sometimes. And so understand that there has been like when we're talking about protest movements, it's rarely as clear cut as one might think. So understand, I've already seen some of you posting in chat things that, like, yearn for, fisticuffs, but understand that the focus on nonviolence here is for a number of very very solid reasons. Okay? And frankly, it's also what I endorse, just because, again, the data seems to show that it is more effective. But I also sympathize with those of you who yearn for a faster outcome.
So next week, deep dive in this space. July 16th, launch call for 1 million
Yeah, it's for
rising. If you
protection,
are an
exactly.
indivisible group leader or activist who might be willing to host one of those trainings, because this is going to be, we're going to train you, you're going to train your community. If you're getting ready, or if you're able to do that, get ready. This is going to be a crucial part of the push this summer, because we got to build towards that 3.5%.
I guess the point is to rally support, not to change politician minds. I mean, in the short term, you want to try and use that support to change politicians' minds, but understand that the goal is to build a mass of people who are dedicated and involved enough that they demonstrate, like, an existential threat to an authoritarian regime, that they represent an unsustainable, unmanageable threat to the regime's power, right? This is how, by the way, if I've been reading through Erica Chenoweth's book on nonviolent protests, but this is how countries that have been far more cooked than ours have been able to throw off the yoke of authoritarianism. And it's been done with non-violent protest in the vast majority of cases. Okay? You don't, it is not a game of changing, like you change a fascist's mind and they become less fascist. No, it is a game of building up an insurmountable level of public power and solidarity across society. And that power and solidarity cannot be contained by the military. So
we got to build towards the community of people who understand what the time is on the authoritarianism clock and who are figuring out how we collectively use our leverage to push back. We can do it together. It's going to take all of us.
Are there any resources available that help plan town halls or empty chair town halls? I believe your local indivisible groups will have resources to those effects. You can also look at your local Dems organizing or your local DSA. Many of those orgs have already done town halls or empty chair town halls to great effect. So I would look to those orgs, as they've been already doing those.
It's going to take all of us. So why don't we talk amongst all of us about what's on your mind and what we can do. We're going to turn to questions. As a reminder, if you put in the chat that you're with an indivisible group in your Q&A, I'll try to find those too, because we want to help indivisibles rise to the top. But other than that, we're just going to go through democratically and look at the top most asked questions. Yep. So please ask and vote. I will periodically, as an attempt to raise up questions that come in more recently, look at not just the most upvoted, but the ones that have come in recently. I know we've gotten feedback before that if you ask a question halfway through, it never will achieve the top level votes. So we'll do our best. We'll do our best to get to you and answer as much as we can. We've got about 40 minutes for this conversation. So let's get into it. Steven's top question: what are some things we can do during the 4th of July weekend to draw attention to the most toxic aspects of the big ugly bill, as well as the vulnerable congressional Republicans who voted for it? I love this question, Stephen. Leah, initial thoughts on So there are going to be Republicans at 4th of July parades. There are going to be Republicans holding town halls. There are going to be Republicans out grocery shopping. What do you do in this moment?
They tried peaceful protests in Syria, and look how that turned out. Well, yeah, again, nonviolence isn't the guarantee of the best outcome in every situation, you know? But understand that the purpose of pursuing nonviolence is to maximize your likelihood of success. That's it. That is fully and completely it. It is not a guarantee that we will win. It is simply the most likely path forward that will give us a good result.
Immediately after they've passed this horrible bill.
Yeah, so the very first thing is if you've got a way to find a Republican in person at their town halls, at their parades. 4th of July is a big visibility weekend. It is a weekend when your elected officials want to be out and about and seen waving an American flag with a big bunch of constituents. So figuring out what their schedule is and going and asking them the hard questions about why they just cut their constituents Medicaid and getting it on film. Bring a buddy, get it on film. You know what we say, pictures or it did not happen.
Unironically, if you see a sitting member of Congress who's a Republican, you should like follow them around with the camera until they leave whatever 4th of July festivities they're at. Do not give them a moment peace.
These are really important opportunities to hold people accountable in ways that have lasting consequences. That video of somebody flubbing the question about why they voted on
nonviolence can burn you. Tandoors are hot.
Hey, I made more butter chicken today, and it was absolutely decadent and delicious. And again, it's not good. It's not good butter chicken unless you drop a cinnamon, like half a cinnamon stick in there. Okay, you got to get that cinnamon flavor in there, baby. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Very much appreciated.
This that gets run in the ads 16 months later that explain how somebody gutted Medicaid. So first of all, bird dogging. Second, I know there are
chase them like you're the cameraman on Maury. Oh damn, yeah.
A lot of folks are hosting protests or community events around the country with Free America folks. So there may be a rally in your area immediately during this period. If so, if indivisible groups are hosting those, you know, obviously always a good thing to show up and make your voices heard. I also want to note July 17th, we're throwing in with our partners at Transformative Justice Coalition who are leading the Good Trouble Lives On mobilization. So that is going to be an opportunity around the country to collectively show up. And then finally, I do just want to signpost, it's not public yet, but I got permission to tell folks that there is going to be a day of action towards the end of July, July 26th, focusing on Medicaid, on SNAP, on the services that have been cut, and on the impact that that is going to have on families. A big
marking my calendar right now. I was aware of the one on the 17th. I wasn't aware of the one on the 26th. All right. Medicaid cut protests. Okay. Go. And yeah, get in the habit of marking down when these protests are so you can figure out when you can make it to those protests, but also so that you can remember to tell other people when these protests are. Okay? It should be like a reflexive muscle you have when you learn about a new major protest, okay? It needs to become routine. It needs to become part of your like just it's not even a question of whether or not you're going to go. You're going to show up and you're going to bring friends, okay? Shoot bang. By the way, Fable Jack, I want to thank you for the repeated calls to action. Thank you. Thanks to you, my fiance and I remember to make it out to No Kings, and we'll likely make it out on the 17th. Hell yeah, shoot bang. Let's go!
Coalition of folks from the Care and Action Coalition to our friends at Move On are all are all collectively pulling that together. So stay tuned for more on that. It should be coming out soon as well.
So just to repeat, upcoming mobilizations are July 17th for the 5-year anniversary of John Lewis's passing. Good Trouble Lives On. And then
July 26th, there's going to be a day of action around the country focusing on the services that families depend on that have been put in the line of fire by this bill.
Great. And take advantage if you've got a Republican member, that happens to be showing up in public this weekend, show up. If you've got a Democratic member who's showing up in public, give them some support. They fought hard. Look, they fought hard. We have been plenty critical of Democrats who haven't fought hard enough against what the Republicans have been trying to do this year. They did what they could on this reconciliation bill. We pushed at times, and then they listened, and then they took those actions. I do not have a critique of what the Democrats in the Senate or the House did. I think they fought really well. The Republicans own this. They fully own this. And that wasn't a given. At the outset, we weren't positive if that was going to be the case. It is the case. Democrats deserve credit for doing what they could to slow this down and stop it. They just didn't have the votes. Okay, next question from Indivisible Helena. The fascist administration will now exponentially expand the use of information technology to surveil and attack its opponents. ICE will be leading that effort against all of us. While we all need to take measure to protect the privacy and security of our own data and use information technology, what measures are being taken by Indivisibles and vendors, Mobilize, ActBlue, etc., to protect the data about us on these systems?
It's a good question.
I want to start doing YouTube videos. Is that oversaturated for activism now? I want to do something that can transform into a 24/7 job that makes the world a better place. I figured you of all people would know. Could this help at all? I mean, it could always help, Socialist Senpai. It's I will say it is hard to like make it. But now like I don't think more people calling for more action is ever a bad thing.
Question. It's a good question. The short version is ActBlue actually has issued a bunch of public statements about kind of like its commitment to protecting, the parts of its donors' content that is not public. Obviously, campaign donation information to like electoral campaigns is in fact disclosed over a certain threshold, so that stuff is public already because it's public record. But ActBlue's been really clear that it will not, that it is going to be pushing back against the like wildly partisan and unconstitutional attacks on it, and that it views data security and integrity as part of that. Now, in general, obviously, Indivisible also acts to protect your data. We are not disclosing it. We are making really careful. We intend to push back on any effort. We have not received any attempts to do surveillance of our data, or we have not received any requests for that. But that's absolutely something that we would push back on if we ever got it.
Oh, absolutely. And we implement a lot of data security standards at Indivisible National. Right. We undergo regular tests to make sure that we're not leaking information. We have we've had security firms go through.
Oh yeah, shoot bang. Like when I talk about we need to have a coherent political movement that demands the dismantling of the current police state, let alone the massive expansion of the police state that is coming in the next year or two. Like it needs to include like holding Palantir and Meta to account, breaking them up with antitrust laws. We need to like dismantle these loci of power.
And make sure that we're guarding our data as best as we can. Look, we've been under the microscope for quite some time. Right. It is not just coming now, and so we try to be as careful as we can. But the basic question from Indivisible Helena, it comes from the right direction, which is this is going to be $170 billion. Yep. The FBI's budget this year, do y'all know what it is? It's just over $10 billion. This is an extraordinary investment in a Gestapo force, and there's no telling what they're going to do with it. There's no telling what they're going to do with it. So we all have to be really careful and take seriously, but we can take some preventative measures. We can be as secure as possible. But ultimately, what I would say is anything you're putting in writing, I would guess that at some point you should feel comfortable that that thing that you put in writing is going to appear in the New York Times or is going to be read by a host on Fox News. I would operate with that level of security going forward.
Yep.
Yeah. And if you are at any level of prominence in organizing or in media, similarly get ready for scrutiny. Make peace with the fact that people may find out information about you might not want to have public, and also make peace with the idea that, again, any of the things you say may be taken to vilify you and the people you love. It is not an activity that is done without risk. But I think the risk of inaction is far greater.
I agree. I do want to also pull something out on the ICE piece of this, because I think sometimes we talk about a massive amount of
was
funding
already
for
a game
ICE and make
journalist.
this
Let's go.
automatic connection of
Same.
like, this is the secret police, this is the would-be Gestapo. And I want to like actually just drill in on the strategic logic of why we're making that jump, right?
Great.
Because I think people might be like, oh, that's immigration enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
There's this phrase that Kika Matos of National Immigration Law Center has used that I think is really important, which is the path to authoritarianism is being paved on the backs of immigrants.
Yep.
And it's being done in a very specific way, which is the administration is using escalations against immigrants that degrade the rule of law here in this country.
Yeah, and I do think that you need to all start preparing yourselves for the fact that this is going to get really, really bad. It is going to be really, really bad, and you need to be that's why we need to start organizing now before these escalations hit. We need to start being active and doing things now before the escalations hit. You need to figure out seriously what you're going to do, how you're going to organize, what your skill sets are. Okay? And it is going to be shocking. And the goal of these high profile arrests, and keep in mind the goal of like all of the press coverage of this alligator Auschwitz concentration camp that they've built and are putting people in as we speak, the goal of all of that press is to spread fear so that you are easier to control. So you need to start organizing now with your local community, not just because it is important for us to have like the social structure necessary to weather this storm and help others in our community, but also because one of the most effective ways you can protect people in your community is by building up a grassroots political base in your local area that is capable of advocating for the protection of people in your community. There's a lot that a mayor can do. There's a lot that state representatives can do. All right? There is a necessity in getting involved on the local level here, because one of the final lines of defense is going to be your locally elected officials. And on the local level, you can get laws passed to prevent cooperation with ICE. You can get ordinances passed that will make things as difficult as possible for this administration to be the fascists they desire to be. And what we need to do now, and not sugarcoating things this stream, what you need to do now is get involved and gum up the works so that we can play for time. The exact thing we need to do is we need to gum up the works, slow everything down, slow down the rollout of this massive immigration enforcement expansion, slow it all the fuck down as much as we possibly can, so that we can potentially have an off-ramp in 2026. And honestly, I don't know what happens if we don't take that off-ramp in 2026. Nothing good.
As ways to crack open the door to apply those attacks on the rest of us. And in part because they think they're not going to get the kind of pushback they would get if they started with American citizens. So when you're looking at the deployment of the military and the use and the very specious use of emergency powers, like that is a whole host of ways that they have said, oh, we're going to declare.
Jem, Adam Conover released like a pretty comprehensive apology for that ad, which I think there's enough grace in the leftist movement to be able to forgive that. Seemed genuine.
Declare a state of emergency in relation to immigration that justifies us using all of these additional emergency powers. When you're looking at the denial of due process, right? When you're thinking about how they have taken people off of the streets and detained them and tried to deport them or put them in an El Salvadorian torture gulag, that is all done via kind of a denial of due process that they are very clearly going to then escalate to naturalized citizens and to American citizens. When you are thinking about attacks on political opponents, right? The arrests of Ross Baraka, the prosecution of LaMonica Ivor, arrest of Brad Lander, the tackling of Senator Padilla, they are very specifically escalating those things in the context of protests and legitimate and lawful protest around immigration. And again, this is because they have an assessment that they can start to use this as the way to crack down on and chill dissent more broadly. So thinking about the way in which these kind of attacks are being used to build up the security force that is accountable to and reports to Trump, which is ICE. And I will just say, I think anybody who has worked in anything adjacent to immigration in American politics, anybody on the Democratic side who has worked in anything adjacent to immigration and the immigration bureaucracy in American politics is heartily aware that these agencies do not view themselves as accountable to Democrats under the best of circumstances. They simply are like on the verge of open insubordination at most moments. And that is on turbocharged when you have a Republican in office who is signaling that he is going to unleash them. So when we talk about this, we're saying that they have made a strategic choice to focus on immigration in order to degrade conditions for everyone, and that they are empowering their immigration arm right now, primarily around immigrants, but they will be using it on everyone. So we've got to see this as a collective fight.
That's right. Somebody asked me to confirm that this is the third largest military force, if it were a military force, in the world. More than $150 billion. That is indeed where it places it. We're talking more than what the Russian military's funding is, right?
Wait, what do you think about Washington, Oregon, and Cali seceding from the Union together? It's not going to happen. It's like a wet dream for a bunch of white nationalists out in Oregon.
Right now is going to ICE and CBP and their deportation force. They're not playing around. They're not playing around.
And you do a hiring spree for that right now, guess who's going to join? It's your white nationalists. It's your Proud Boys. It's all of the people who are like, yes, what I would like is open season on anyone who threatens this administration.
Yep. Okay. Moving on to another fun question from Harriet. That's a very reasonable question. What can we do to ensure that Trump doesn't just cancel the midterm elections? And, what I would say is that the number one thing that we can do is grow. The number one thing we can do is grow. When we talk to the experts in authoritarianism, people mentioned Erica Chenoweth well, you mentioned Erica Chenoweth earlier, I think, and then we've also seen in the chat earlier. Erica Chenoweth is one of these experts in authoritarianism. If you've heard about this 3.5% figure before, have people heard about that? Let me know in the chat. It's this research that's been done looking at efforts to resist authoritarianism all around the world. And it asks, how can normal everyday people, okay, there's a lot of yeses.
Okay, people get it, yeah.
How can normal everyday people push back effectively against it? And I think some people who aren't as attuned to how this works think, oh gosh, you need half of the population to rise up. That's the only way to push back. That's not the case. That's not what the literature shows. Actually, what you need is about 3.5% of the population to actively organize, to not just show up at one march. We had about half of that, a little bit more, show up at No Kings, but not just show up at one march, but actively get engaged in persistent organizing for democracy. That's what works. That's what works. So how do you prevent Trump from...
That is partly why it is incumbent on each and every one of you watching, listening to this, to figure out how you are going to actively contribute and actively get towards organizing efforts in your context. It is desperately important that you figure that out. It's not optional. Are you part of a union? Figure out how to get that union in touch with other unions to organize some semblance of a national workers' strike. Get active in organizing your community, in organizing your workplace, and organizing your family even. Get active.
Just canceling the midterms or in some way infringing on our basic constitutional rights further? The answer is you get 3.5% of the population organized. So when Leah talks about 1 million rising, when we talk about training the trainers, training you to train your community, this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to grow the ranks of peaceful, active, pro-democracy activists all around the country. People who don't currently think
By the way, Ezra just threw out there an org called or an initiative called 1 Million Rising, and I'm just throwing this out there here. But this is a set of training seminars that you can attend. They are 1 hour long in the evening from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern time. And it's virtual. Anyone can join, anyone can sign up. But basically, it is training sessions on what is happening in our current political moment. How do we actually enact change? How do we actually do organizing most effectively? And what are we going to do now? Okay. It's across 3 different days, July 16th, July 30th, and August 13th. If you can make any of those, I'm going to link this event over in all the chats. But if you are someone who's like, I want to do organizing, but also I'm very new and I don't know how to do this right, this is a great resource for you. Okay? This is a great resource for anyone looking to hone their organizing skills, to get out there, to mobilize your local community. That is what we need right now, as many of you as possible, to educate yourselves and figure out your course of action. Okay? So I've linked it in all the chats. Get to it, folks. Very, very important.
Think of themselves as leaders, people who don't currently think of themselves as activists, normal everyday Americans. We need them engaged. So the good news is we have a first-time friendly training series coming up, as Leah mentioned, on July 16th. That's when it starts. It's a 3-part series. We're setting this up and we want people to come. We want to welcome people into this movement, and we want to get them ready to recruit more, because I don't think there's any neat trick out there that we can use to say, Donald Trump, no, you're not going to do this. The only neat trick we have is each other. That's what we've got. We've got the mass of people who are currently organizing and willing to recruit more people. But that's the only answer I know, Harriet, to how we prevent that.
I will add a couple of additional.
Oh, okay, great. I'll take it.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
add a couple things.
Yeah.
One, part of how we build to that moment is we win the heck out of every election before
Yes,
the
good
midterms.
point. Yep.
Okay, like, because part of what we need to do is create the fact pattern in advance of the midterms and the ability to document and expose efforts to sabotage the midterms that will allow us to collectively push back en masse if and when they are attempting to sabotage or steal the results. And so part of that is like blowing them out of the water in Virginia and New Jersey in November, so that there's a really clear demonstration that these policies are wildly unpopular, that there is massive electoral backlash. We need to make Virginia and New Jersey synonymous with kind of like generational level defeats of Republicans that demonstrate that massive electoral consequences are coming, because part of how we're going to get to, the outrage that we need if they try to steal it is by being really clear that they know they're heading for a drubbing, and that's why they're doing these things.
Also, as we get closer to November, those races are really, really important. And I'll be doing my best to get you guys plugged into effective organizing efforts for phone banking, door knocking, etc. As we get closer to that date. So let's make that happen, folks.
Leah, you're on fire. That's a great answer. Okay, Stacy. Sadly, MAGA politicians are great at playing the victim and blaming Democrats. So when Medicaid gets cut, we all know where they're going to point the finger at Dems. It's a really good point, Stacy. I understand these cuts come after the midterm, no doubt, to protect their political assets. But how do we remind those less politically aware that Republicans are responsible for this? Honestly, I feel like we need a giant countdown clock over the White House with a big fat "I did this" sticker plastered on it. Not a bad idea, Stacy. And you are right. One of the ways they achieve these cuts, too, is by pushing it to the states and saying, look, you can fund it if you want. It's not us doing that, but you.
Yeah, Curly Dorothy, always great to shout out the Working Families Party. That they have similar trainings for organizing. I also highly recommend getting involved with the Working Families Party where you're at. that being said, like a lot of orgs have these trainings out there. DSA, Democrats, there are trainings available in many of these orgs. This is simply the most mainstream one that I'm aware of, that I know a lot of people, including like elderly wine moms, are plugged into Indivisible. So this might be an effective way, not just for you to like send the invitation for others to get trained in organizing, you know, like, hey, get your local wine moms in on political organizing training. Okay, like let's kind of make this a thing and a movement that incorporates as many kinds of people as possible, you know. Shout out to based elderly wine moms. Right.
Democratic governor of New Jersey.
They're the ones calling for heads on pikes right now, like the most. Elderly wine moms just do not give a fuck anymore.
Or you, Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, you should take care of this. I guess the cuts are on you for Medicaid. I guess the cuts are on you for SNAP. So you are exactly right. They are going to act as if this isn't their fault at all.
Yep. Yeah. So I would take it broader. It is Medicaid, it is Medicare. They just revamped the whole damn healthcare system, functionally speaking, because the implications go way beyond any, you know, like you personally as a person on Medicaid. And so what I would say is that in the same way that Republicans blamed literally anything that happened in the healthcare system on the Affordable Care Act for about a decade after it was passed, until the Affordable Care Act became sufficiently popular they couldn't do that anymore. They just broke the healthcare system. Anything that happens, rising rates, closing hospitals, any like people getting kicked off of Medicaid, people losing access to a physician that they liked, all of that is a product of Republicans sabotaging the healthcare system to give massive tax cuts to billionaires and to fund Trump's secret police. That is the simple story that we are telling collectively in our communities every opportunity we get for the next 16 months and beyond, until we actually get the chance to meaningfully reverse and reform these cuts.
I'm going to bump over to, we got some questions from Indivisible groups ahead of time. One question from Fairfax Indivisible, Karen over there said, what if we put Stephen Miller in the same limelight as we put Musk at the top of the administration, start calling the Miller administration and highlighting his downright evil influence over what's going on? Second line of strategy here is that Trump may very well take this to heart and start a line of infighting between himself and Miller that we could exploit. I think Miller is the top villain in the administration right now. Beyond Trump's secondary figures, I think there's nobody who is as unsympathetic as Miller, and nobody who is driving as egregiously bad policy and vindictive and terrible and vicious policy as Miller is. Leah, what's your thought on focusing specifically in on Miller and highlighting him as one of the drivers of this?
I think it's fine and good where you have the opportunity and the platform to focus on him. What I would say is the difference between Miller and Musk is Musk was himself an outside power center who was
like Leah's totally on point here. Like the power dynamic differential between, you know, Elon Musk and that rat man is like huge. You know, you have on the one hand you have the world's richest man, and on the other hand you have like a guy fueled only by hatred. Like, you know, they're not exactly the same insofar as the amount of power they can bring to bear in their own right, you know? And so like Stephen Miller is unabashedly an evil, vile person, but he doesn't in of himself have the same kind of power that Elon Musk does.
Aligned with Trump. And so there was this.
So yeah, attacking him is fine, but it doesn't get to the core of the issue in the same way attacking Elon did.
Strategic analysis that we had to fracture that alliance, because Donald Trump is scary enough when he is not powered by the war chest of the richest man in the world. And there was like a specific set of ways in which you could protest Elon Musk as a government employee in your town in a way that made it, you know, accessible. That is not necessarily the case for like a Stephen Miller, who, to the best of my knowledge, does not own a massive commercial enterprise. So I'm totally pro and in favor of highlighting Miller in his role, but I would see him more as like a villain within the Trump story rather than like a power hub that must be addressed specifically separate from the administration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next question that's most voted. We got Kim says, when will the changes from the big ugly bill go into effect? Is there anything states can do to protect their citizens from the worst of these cuts? P.S. More grateful than ever for this space and community today as we all group the results. So thank you. I'm very grateful for this space as well. A little bit on the cuts. So most of the Medicaid cuts, though not all of the Medicaid cuts, don't go into effect until after the 2026 midterms. That is how they designed the bill intentionally because they know how deeply unpopular it is, and they
Yeah, I mean, like, what is happening here, and understand, like, it's not like this bill gets signed and tomorrow, like, Medicaid shuts off for tens of millions of people. It is intentionally slow rolled to mitigate the political effects during the midterms. Um, that being said, it is still going to be very, very bad. It gives us a measure of time here to prepare, to figure out what we can do, how we can respond, how we can properly organize. And that is what we are going to need to do. And part of that organizing is going to need to be going to our state governments, going to our local politicians, and figuring out and demanding of them a course of action that protects us and protects the lives in our communities. We need to be, for lack of a better word, exactly, GamerG, locked in. We need to be locked in because this bill is an existential threat to many of our lives, and we need our cities and our states to hold the line and to fight for our ability to live. That's what needs to happen here. Like, on top of, like, getting more involved in mutual aid, on top of getting more involved in your local city and state politics, we need to figure out a course of action to be there for each other, to mitigate this harm.
hope that people will not take it out on Republicans if the cuts don't go through until after the 2026 elections. But it's not just those cuts that are going through. We have the clean energy tax credits are going to be eliminated somewhere between the end of this year and early next year. We know that Medicare cuts to the tune of what I've seen is around $500 billion are going into effect also very quickly as a result of this bill. And because the Medicaid cuts are coming, some of them are going to come earlier than 2026, and the hospitals that are going to have to take into account the impact of these coming Medicaid cuts are also going to be adjusting their behavior. And
I believe we've already seen a rural hospital in Nebraska close as a result of this bill making it through the House. There are just a lot of hospitals out there that have been acquired by private equity, and those rural hospitals are run for profit in some cases. And a lot of those that are run for profit are going to be closed down before the Medicaid cuts even fully come into effect because they just aren't going to be seen as profitable enough to prop up and continue having around. So it is that is already hitting that effect.
We would expect some of those impacts to come early as well. So the answer is it's somewhat complex. I believe that the most visible sign that you're going to see of this bill going through, if you're somebody who doesn't pay
Again, rural hospital closures is exactly another reason to get involved in state and local politics, because in some cases there will be hospitals that can be kept open if the state or the city were to provide enough funding.
attention to politics, is suddenly there's a
Or alternatively, perhaps an opportunity opens up for the city or the state to buy the hospital back from private equity and run it themselves at, cost instead of at a profit.
massive Gestapo army that's raging through the countryside and in the city centers that didn't exist before. that is going to
also understand that Ezra and Leah, I hope you guys have understood by now from their tone and tenor, the way they present information, that they are not prone to hyperbole. These are pretty grounded people. And the fact that they are talking about ICE as an active Gestapo arm, that's a really bad sign. These are not people who run around hair on fire screaming like, oh, like making a big deal out of nothing. No, these are people who are relatively down to earth. And that is a bit more chilling to hear them talk about ICE functioning as a Gestapo arm, a secret police. Yeah, failsafe. Earlier in stream, other people reporting getting that same email from the Social Security Administration patting the government on the back for screwing over taxpayers.
be the immediate impact, and you might see some visible impact on a preferred tax credit, or maybe your local, your rural hospital, your local hospital might be impacted. But they have designed this in some ways for smart politics because they hope that they don't have to face the voters with these cuts already being baked into the voters' decisions.
Or that where they are, they're pushing them onto the state governments.
That's right. The question was, what can state governments do to prevent the worst of these cuts? I mean, the answer is sure. The states could theoretically fully fund Medicaid. The states could theoretically fully fund SNAP. They don't have the money for it. I mean, that's why the federal government has stepped in. That is how Medicaid got expanded. It has been free money to the states or just about free money to the states to expand Medicaid. It's been free money to the states to expand SNAP. It's the federal government that is coming in and taking nutrition assistance away from children. It's taking medical assistance away from workers. Like that is what is happening with these cuts. And the federal budget can do that. Most state governments are not going to be able to step in and fully make whole. We got Orchard City Indivisible in San Jose.
Hyperbolic language can help rally their base, considering the left throws it around a lot. I mean, it can. I don't know that, but the point I was trying to make is that these are people who are not prone to using hyperbolic language. Therefore, them using a term that seems hyperbolic holds more impact and weight.
And around San Jose, what prevents U.S. reps and U.S. senators from using the U.S. Capitol Police Force, Congress's own law enforcement agency, and officers to facilitate their immediate entry into U.S. ICE's civil immigration detention facilities to which they are being denied immediate access, and to accompany and provide them security protection during their statutorily empowered and authorized unannounced oversight visits and inspections inside those facilities? The legislative branch needs to force this issue with its co-equal branch in the federal government, the outlaw executive. That's a well-written question, Eric. And Leah, do you have I appreciate the overall orientation of this, which is how can our electeds get entrepreneurial in how they push back against this Gestapo force? I think that is the basic question we should be asking. But specific thoughts on this?
Yeah, so the framing of this question for
like it would genuinely be really good for us to have a slate of demands we can make of our democratic local politicians. You know, like it'd be really good to come up with a basic building blocks of here are some bare bones protections we need, like bare minimum. This is what we need from you as a city government, as a state government. This is what we require in order to be safe and in order to like protect our neighbors and our friends and our families and our loved ones. This is what we need. It'd be really, I think genuinely, maybe Gamergy, Dragonfly, maybe we can figure out a group of people in this community to collaborate on coming up with policy proposals like that. Yeah, like specific policy demands that can be implemented in a city, on a city level, and on the state level. I think that like coming up with two slates of policy positions like that could be really, really useful in guiding local level response.
At my DSA meeting, we discussed how to engage with our local city officials and what our demands should be from them.
Yeah. But I think like maybe we need like a I don't know, a building block to send out into the world. I think that'd be a really good idea. If some of you want to work on that, I'll definitely help boost that and get that out there into the world. Okay. We should have city and rural demands separated, and one for red and blue counties. Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Folks who are not tracking this is that members of Congress, as Eric notes, have the right and have the ability to do investigations, immediate investigations.
Would you be down for a call and signal about the proposals this DSA convention on an off day? No, I have too much on my plate right now. I'm sorry. I'm doing like 12 dozen things right now, both personally and organizingly.
And immediate action.
If you started, I'll take part in it. Okay, I'll talk with the mod team and figure out what we can do.
Access to immigrant detention facilities. ICE has simply said that it will not be letting them do that. And like I believe that they're demanding like a week in advance notice or something along those lines. Again,
one of the unfortunate things is that we are not all positioned in order to be like, I would love to have the time and like the emotional bandwidth to be able to take that DSA call. I just don't. I'm like operating at max capacity right now. It's often dependent on what your state and city is like. Some things work in some cities that don't in others. Yeah, I just mean like a general like template people can use to like demand things of their city and state government.
Again, a pretty dramatic demonstration that I simply does not consider itself accountable to civilian oversight. I don't know the answer to the specific question about like whether you could have the U.S. the Capitol Police Force do that. I'm like just quite candidly, I think there's probably some specifics there about what the Capitol Police Force will and will not do in and outside of the Capitol. But I think the basic idea of like this should be a place where Democrats continue to plant a flag and demand answers and think creatively about how do they escalate is really important. Because again, we have this ongoing fight within the Democratic Party about is it a good idea to talk at all about immigration? And there are people within the Democratic Party who very explicitly do not think we should have ever raised a stink about Kilmar Abrego Garcia being kidnapped and imprisoned in El Salvador, who do not think that pushing back on.
Also, news story today, lawyer for Kilmar Abrego Garcia and the lawyers for the other people still in El Salvador, in CCOT, are claiming that inmates are systematically tortured in the facility. One of the bits of information that has been released about Kilmar Abrego Garcia's time in custody in CCOT was that in the first like 2 weeks he lost 31 pounds, which if you lose 31 pounds in 2 weeks, chat, not only are you being starved, you are losing weight in a wide variety of other ways that can only really indicate torture. So, yeah, we're not doing a deep dive on that at the moment, but like understand the right thing to do here is to advocate for like all these third country deportations to stop, for the willful torturing of detainees to stop. We need to defeat and dismantle this machine.
The Los Angeles, that protesting in Los Angeles and pushing back on the National Guard was a good idea. Their basic take is kind of like any day that the word immigration is anywhere near a headline is a bad day.
It would make it still a concentration camp, Comrade Girl.
For us, so we should just kind of stay quiet. And our analysis, again, based on this theory that like the administration is using immigration as the wedge by which they crack open the door and come for all of us and all of our constitutional rights, you can't just stay quiet. You can't, you can't do it morally, but you also can't do it strategically because they are intentionally escalating against immigrants in order to create the conditions in which they have authoritarian control over all of America. So very much supportive of Democrats trying to figure out, if it's not this, then what does raise the temperature here?
Yeah, I think this is the front lines. Like this is where we are going to see them try to dig in, and we have to figure out how we push back. And it's not going to just be calling your member of Congress. It's not going to be a specific piece of legislation. This is where the trainings that we're doing this month go. It is.
Yeah. Again, this is why I'm going to link it in chat again. Consider getting involved with this training, chat. It will train you on how to organize. It will train you on how to organize under pressure, under threat, and we need to have people with these skill sets. We need to have you guys educated so that when shit really hits the fan, y'all know what to do and how to organize the people around you. That's really, really important. I cannot stress enough. It has the potential to be existentially important for you and yours. Okay? Because this ICE shit, this immigration enforcement that they are expanding, it is not just to be used on undocumented immigrants. Republicans are already yucking it up about, oh, what if we get all Latinos in the camps? You know, ha ha ha, hilarious jokes. But they're not jokes. My interactions with the fascist elements of America over the last decade, they're not jokes. They are always joking until one day they're not, and they just seriously mean the joke. Okay? So it is existentially important to understand that their goal and intent is to use this not just on undocumented immigrants, not just on the criminals, but also on US citizens, also on inconvenient US politicians, also on people who'd be just, nicer if they just disappeared. Understand that we need to organize to prevent the worst of this. It is vitally important. Vitally important, not just to your personal well-being, but to the well-being of every single person you love who is here in America. All right? Organize.
Okay, the legislation has been passed. Now what do we do? How can we collectively organize? I wish it was as simple as call your member of Congress. Then we could just issue a national call. And actually, this gets to the next question. So let's go to it. Elsie says, national strike. Please offer a survey to indivisible leaders and ask them if their chapters are ready to call for a national strike now. Caveat: striking is like a muscle. We must begin to organize strike events. The strike can begin as a one-day strike and then grow increasingly in days. I am pro getting to a place where we can strike. We talk about a strike just about every week, about having a national strike here. The thing is, if we can't get people to come to a training, we cannot get people to engage in a long-term strike.
And I mean, like, that's fundamentally one of the issues here. Okay, I've seen people throw out national strike every single time we talk about organizing on this channel as well, and understand that a national strike is not something that can just really happen under normal circumstances. Understand that a strike requires planning, it requires resources, it requires the organization of an entire workplace, if not industry. And a lot of places in America do not have that kind of organization. However, we are heading into some pretty uncertain times, and some pretty wild possibilities are opening up. And my point of encouragement to get us towards that point of a national general strike would be to look at, if you are part of a union, talk to your union leadership and figure out, hey, maybe we can set like a strike day and work with other unions that we have connections to. Maybe there's some way to start those talks now, because we need to start organizing now if they're even going to be a possibility down the road. Okay? And Ezra is completely right. It's kind of like one of those things where if you can't even get people to like go out and cast a vote, you can't get people to like do a general strike. Like, you're asking people to give up their income, potentially lose their jobs, and lose the health care that may keep them or a loved one in their family alive. And that is a big ask if there is no like infrastructure around them to help them survive that. Okay? What if we helped plan a fundraiser with a bunch of streamers for what? Could volunteering at your local animal shelter or helping out at a homeless shelter be of some use to fight back against Trump? Helping out at your local homeless shelter is never a waste of your time. Never. Showing solidarity and demonstrating mutual aid in your community is never a waste of time and may in fact be one of the best ways to build those social connections that are so important for grassroots organizing. Super Jet Guy, that is nowhere near enough for a general strike fund. We're asking people to give up daily wages for potentially weeks. We're asking them to give up, potentially their child's cancer treatment for weeks. Like, it requires a much larger organizing apparatus than we currently have.
We don't have the power yet. We've got to work this muscle, build up, train people on how it's done, and then prepare for what this actually looks like. But so I am pro national strike. I'm pro having 3.5% of the public organized. And if I had a button that said national strike, I'd press it. I'd be pressing it repeatedly. I don't have that button. Instead, what I have.
Again, the best route forward is for unions to organize together. And that is going to be dictated by people within the union advocating for that within the union. Unions typically have large war chests specifically for strikes. And like, if we do see strikes like that happen, I'm all on board with raising money for striking workers. But without any of the surrounding support and infrastructure, raising money to as like a strike fund for workers we don't know are even going to be striking, it's just a non-starter.
Is the ability to talk to everybody here and build towards it piece by piece. So how do we get there? We all show up on Thursday, July 17th. I know it's annoying that it's a Thursday. I'm sorry. We got to learn how to show up on a Thursday. If we can't show up.
Also, I know I'm not the biggest streamer out there, but it's hard out there being a translating. A lot of people don't take you seriously.
On a Thursday? Are we going to do a national strike? No, we're going to show up on Thursday. So please pull out, make plans, get your community out, show up on a Thursday. Then let's talk about what's the next action.
Yeah, I mean, genuinely, I've heard a lot of people really upset about the fact that this organizing event that is coming up on July 17th, that it's on a Thursday. But we need to excellent point. If you can't get people out on a Thursday, you are definitely not going to be able to get people to do a general strike. Again, this is part of the flexing and building our muscles, okay? It is vital that you show up to these protests, even when they are not perfectly convenient for you, because it builds that organizing muscle, okay? It builds that organizing muscle. It helps you to get out there and gets you acclimated to the task, and it makes it easier for you to advocate for the task, okay? And yes, exactly, Gamer G. Go to your meetings. Go to your local organizing meetings. Go to your local town hall meetings. It literally takes a couple hours of your day, all right? Every week. Couple hours every week. And you know what? It is 90% of the work. 90% is just becoming a recognizable figure that people trust and understand. So show up to your meetings. Show up to protests. Actually, people are upset that 50-51 leadership picked July 17th when some wanted July 4th to be the date. Well, 50-51 leadership didn't pick July 17th. It's like a gigantic group of different organizations picking different days. And people are upset that July 17th was chosen because it's a Thursday, which, yeah, it's harder to organize on a Thursday, but you know what? You're going to have to, people are going to have to put on their big boy pants and, like, I don't know, step up to the plate. The challenge of going out to a protest on a Thursday. Like, genuinely, if you're not ready to go out to a protest on a Thursday, like, what you want to stand in front of like a fascist army and you think you and like stop them, but you can't go out on a Thursday? Come on. Let's see here. Also, July 4th, people are with their families. It's just a shit day to organize a protest on. It's a much better day to advocate for people to go to the various public events that their elected representatives are going to be at with their cameras in order to confront them about the bill that they just voted on that will kill Americans. A lot of actions you can do tomorrow.
Are we pulling more people in? We have to build and build and build. So I understand the calls for this national strike. The worst thing that we could do, though, is...
Well, it's great that you want to stand against a fascist army and stop them. So that means you'll be able to show up to a protest that's on a Thursday, right? That's not an insurmountable hurdle for you.
Project that we have all this strength that does not yet actually exist, because that is a big flashing sign to the authoritarians that we can be steamrolled. And we do not want to send that sign. We want to build real power that can actually step up to the authoritarians. And what we know from the experts in authoritarianism is that what we do is we gradually build this in specific actions that mobilize different populations over time. That is...
Wait, why did they choose July 17th? Let me grab something for you to help you understand.
Can I pencil my march to the Gulag in for a Tuesday?
Well, if it works better for your schedule. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate the support for this channel. The reason that July 17th was chosen is because, again, a bunch of different organizations got together and decided that part of a winning strategy is to expand the coalition and to have different organizing events that are going to attract new and different people who will be able to step up when larger demonstrations are called later. Okay? So part of this goal is to get together like people who didn't come out for No King's Day, but will come out for this. And it is being held on the anniversary of the passing of John Lewis, a civil rights icon. Linking the organizing website for the protest, which is called Good Trouble Lives On. And you can, in fact, see where people are hosting different protest events. You can, of course, add your own pin here. But yeah, that the reason they picked it is intentional. It's not just like on a whim they chose July 17th from a hat.
Is what we're doing. So please understand, I do not oppose a national strike. I want to get there, but we've got to bring everybody together with us. And that's the process that we're engaged in right now. So again, highly recommend July 16th is a Wednesday. That's the first of the 1 Million Rising training. July 17th is a Thursday. We're all going to show up on Thursday, right, Leah? We're going to be out there? We're going to be out there on a Thursday. Okay, can't wait. Okay, next question from George. To prepare the way for Earth 3, Leah's talked about Earth 3 a lot. Now that the big ugly bill has passed Congress, how do we help Americans realize the degradation of U.S. society and world standing is a consequence of turning over the government to greedy, self-serving, incompetent people who dumb down the population and know nothing about what it takes to run a powerful, innovative, just, and adaptable society? Could midnight showings of Mike Judge's 2006 film Idiocracy, which is a hilarious film, or rather, it was a hilarious film at the time, and now it is really, yeah, it is too real. Go viral and awaken the citizens to the downward spiral of America at the hands of Trump and the oligarchy. Would it attract younger people to protest against the assault on democracy? The film seems over the top 20 years ago, but unfortunately now seems prophetic. uh, so I think let me pull out some specific question here, which is one issue we face is how do we awaken a broader set of the population to the fact that their rights are under threat, Leah? Because right now, we 2 weeks ago put together what was one of, if not the largest single day protest in American history with no
Genuinely, this is a point that I struggle with a little bit because, I see the comments of people, talking in my YouTube comments, and occasionally people will pop into chat and be like, haha, we elected Trump. Get ready to go to concentration camps, losers. And it is interesting to me that they don't recognize that they are in the same peril and in the same boat as the rest of us. And they seem to think that like loyalty to Trump will protect them when it has protected literally nobody else. But I am curious if they have any advice to reach people who otherwise think this is not going to affect them.
King's Day. We brought out more people in more communities all across the world than this country has seen. And also we recognize that is a step in the path of pulling in even more people. What is the next step in getting more people? How do we get younger people involved? How do we get people who think politics is bullshit involved? How do we get people who think the Democratic Party is feckless and corrupt involved? How do we grow this movement and make people understand that it's worth their time?
Yeah. I will just say I'm gonna take a slightly different line here, which is that I think a lot of people doing this stuff are very dumb. I also
Yes, Idiocracy does slide into some weird eugenics territory.
think some of them are very smart.
Yeah.
I think that the people who worked out the 40-year plan for the right wing and the white Christian nationalists to take control of the government, to capture the judiciary, to develop the infrastructure necessary to get to this moment are quite smart. I do not think we win when we fragment this in terms of like our side smart, their side dumb. I would encourage us to like think really carefully about what it takes to reach people who are not already with us. Because if they were with us, they'd be with us already. And so I think just being like, they're really stupid and we over here, we're smart, that's not going to get it. We got to talk to people about values, and we got to talk to them about the ways that they are experiencing the consequences of Republican rule.
Organize and fight against fascism in King Oliver's memory. Hypers.
We always love King Oliver picks. What an adorable little guy. Rest in peace, buddy. Baby. Oh, little sweater. Rest in peace, King. And Smelanie, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated.
In their own lives, right? Whether it is an attack on their community and somebody that they know and care about, whether it is an attack on services, whether it is an attack on the job of someone that they care about, we actually like have to, and we also have to listen, right? We have to like understand how this stuff is manifesting for people. So I do just want to push back a little bit. I think that sometimes we can get, because we understand exactly how horrifying this is, and because we understand how like insanely counterproductive all of this is, we can kind of like all get together and like lose our ability to talk to people who aren't already with us. And most of the people who are not already with us, they're not with us not because we can't reach them, but because they don't believe the system works for them. They've checked out of politics in some meaningful way. And so it's not about saying those folks are dumb over there. It's about saying, here's a system and here's a world that could work for us. And here's the path for you to believe it's worth your time to engage.
Also worth pointing out, again, in the same vein as like a national strike, understand that organizing mass protest and a mass movement that rejects the authoritarian moment is going to require us to work alongside people we are not ideologically in lockstep with. right? The same way a union functions. In a union, not everyone is ideologically in lockstep. There are plenty of unions in this country where there are a lot of conservatives. There are a lot of people who just lean conservative or who have checked out of politics entirely. And so part of what we need to do when we are looking at organizing in the main is that we need to figure out a way to rein ourselves in and understand that the people who are coming together for very specific reasons and purposes, and we are not going to agree with them on everything, but it needs to be enough that we agree with them in the rejection of this authoritarianism and the rejection of this fascism and the rejection of this police state. It needs to be enough that we stand together with them on those issues, and maybe we can get them on some other ones like Medicare for all. Okay? After we win, we can dissolve and have our infights, all we want. But we need to defeat this existential moment before we can do that.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Lee and I are married. We don't always agree on everything. I think there are plenty of Republican members of Congress who are dumb as a bag of rocks.
Oh yeah, I
we
mean,
can name
there's
names.
very dumb people out there. I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying that's not the line I would take for anybody who's not already with me.
That's true. It can both be right. It can both. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wouldn't. That's not how I would engage with like normal everyday voters who think the system is rigged and they shouldn't pay attention. They actually have a big point there.
Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you for thank you to the Union Man vote. Appreciate it.
Okay, so let's go on. We're going to go to the next top voted question from Florence. Any lawsuits in the works regarding the BBB? Absolutely, there will be. We're not.
Oh God, Smelanie, after when we defeat this fascist movement, I'm gonna go nuts. It's gonna be a party for the ages. I will be historically hungover. Okay, it's gonna be wild, and I'm excited for the day. I'll wear something really slutty too. Let's see. I'll be twerking in the streets. Hell yeah. I'll be strutting like a slut. It'll be great.
A legal firm, so I would look to protect democracy. I would look to oh gosh, I'm
noting
blanking on.
that you should absolutely go after the non-voters and disillusioned voters way before going to conservatives and trying to woo them.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't be sank. Sank.
Absolutely, Saket Energy. 100%. Though I think what they're talking about in the context of like local organizing is how to talk to like local people. If you are like an average person talking to another average person, it does not behoove you to just call them a moron, for my purposes as like a political figure, as a somewhat political communicator maybe, yeah, my priority is going to be on mobilizing people who already kind of track on the left with where I'm at, as well as people who have kind of disconnected from politics. Those are my priorities to efficiently communicate with people. But if you're doing some grassroots organizing and a conservative shows up to your local meeting, like don't just call them a moron and like tell them to fuck off. They showed up to try and help you. But yes, point taken.
The name of the other organization that we've worked with a lot that does legal work. Sky Perryman's.
Democracy Forward.
Yeah,
God, maybe by the end, maybe by the time we're through all this, we can actually do the Riverboat Jack party. That'd be fun.
Democracy Forward. They're leading a lot of the legal work. Democracy Docket. I'm seeing there as well. Yes. So supportive of those things. It's not our specialty.
Oh, hell yeah,
I'm happy that the courts have been standing in from time to time. I also think we can't just rely on the courts ultimately, whether or not we win is going to depend on a combination of the institutional supports, including the courts standing strong, and normal everyday people organizing. It's going to require both of those things. Next question from Nina. Trump is using immigration as his sword to die on and has a lot of approval there. The building up of militarized state with National Guard and Marines still in California. How do we appeal to either party to stop this abuse of power? Nina, we've covered this a bit, but just to say, what he has done in LA is deeply unpopular. It is deeply unpopular. What he has did to Abrego Garcia, deeply unpopular.
INB4 IRL Riverboat Party on actual riverboat.
No, that's what I meant by the Riverboat Jack Party. It's the we like a long time ago, early on in the stream, I was like, yeah, someday we'll be big enough to have a real party on a real riverboat, and I think that would be fun at some point as like a community activity.
There is this sense the Republicans win on immigration, and that is, I think, in the abstract true. In the abstract, they are stronger on immigration as a political issue, but in the specifics, he is fracturing his coalition. Joe Rogan has criticized him for what he did to Abrego Garcia. Joe Rogan's not our friend when it comes to Trump, when it comes to MAGA, but even he doesn't like what they are doing to trample American rights. When you look at the polling on the militarization of LA, protests are almost never popular. Usually the public looks at mass protests and they say, well, we don't like the protesters, we don't like the activists. That's not what they say about LA. They are frustrated.
True. That is a good point. That is a very good point. For the most part, the mass demonstrations that have taken place in America to date, especially with the indivisible and 50-51 protests, have been overwhelmingly positively received. And that is not historically how protest movements have been received in this country, or in most countries. We have a lot of things going for a nonviolent, peaceful political movement of resistance. And usually part of the difficulty of those is overcoming political resentment and creating a new view of the protests as a positive rather than a negative. But we have already kind of overcome that hurdle, which is great. Let's see here. Thought I saw a comment to respond to. It's going to be like that scene from The Matrix where they had the party for liberating, except with more sweaty sex. Jesus.
And angry with the Trump administration for how they are militarizing LA. They lose on this issue. So how do we win? How do we pull people over to our side? We organize as best we can in these communities to push back against this egregious federal overreach in our communities. And it's coming. As we said, it is coming. I think they're going to do a lot of damage, but politically, they are overplaying their hand.
Oh, somebody asked about, Jacob Marr. This might be a stupid question, but should I also speak with my political science professor about how to get involved as a college student? I mean, that wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. Look around for different political orgs you can join, but I don't see anything wrong with asking a professor of political science what you can do.
They are overplaying.
I'm presuming here that your professor isn't just cartoonishly evil. If they are, don't disregard their opinion.
In their hand, Trump does not have the support to replicate his militarization of LA in 50 cities around the country. He just does not have the support to do that. He believes he can do it. Stephen Miller is telling him he can do it and should do it. Some Republicans support him doing it. MAGA would like them to do it, but the population of this country does not support that. And the worst thing we can do is say, immigration, I don't know. We shouldn't be talking about that. That's a loser issue for us. Let's just talk about Medicaid. Let's just talk about the economy. We shouldn't talk about ICE. That's dangerous. We lose. No, we need to meet them where they are, where the attacks are coming. And that is the front line right there. It really is. So we've got to prepare to organize.
Unironically, the current Dem leadership approach.
Oh God, what is this?
You see,
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Killbots have a preset kill limit. Knowing their weakness, I sent wave after wave of my own men at them until they reached their limit and shut down. Kiff, show them the medal I won.
It really is. They've been they've been patting themselves on the back for Hakeem Jeffries giving a, you know, slightly longer than usual speech.
Directly to put pressure on elected officials and institutions to not just accept what ICE and CBP and the rest of the deportation force mechanism is doing. We've got to organize to make that happen. I think it's, as Leah said already, it's not just the morally right thing to do. It is that. It is also the politically advantageous thing to do. It shouldn't even require political courage for an elected representative to do this. They will win votes if they actively push back against this federal overreach.
That's right. And I do just want to lift up something from the chat.
Yeah.
Martha, incredible Georgia leader, notes, and when you're doing this locally, do it in partnership with immigration organizers. Okay.
That is actually a really, really good shout out. When you are organizing locally, when you are looking around and you're like, okay, I'm going to start organizing in this area, one of the number one things you want to do is reach out to other orgs in the area that have pre-existing organizational structures that might have goals that align with yours. Okay? Reach out to, the different groups. There are probably groups aligned on, like, when it comes to immigration. And also, hey, maybe your local homeless shelter is willing to partner with you. Hey, maybe your local, like, start with these different groups and bring them together. Bring, like, the leadership of these groups together, get them involved in your organizing efforts as well, because then you can truly grow something that is representative of your community, and you can do it relatively quickly by relying on these pre-existing organizational structures. Okay? Yeah, you got to build coalitions, What will organizing do against a second military, though? Do we even stand a chance? Nonviolent grassroots organizing statistically is extremely effective at undermining and stopping and undoing authoritarian rule. It is far more effective than, like, insurgent warfare or terrorism at getting positive political change, and genuinely understand that part of the issue is for the authoritarian is that they have concentrated so much power, and that power is not enough to, like, clamp down on every street in every city. It's not enough to, like, cover the vast tracts of land in rural America. It is not enough. You can throw all the money you want into it, but understand that, like, ultimately a true grassroots movement that is made up of millions upon millions of people working together and coordinating together is just not it makes the authoritarian's task untenable and impossible. Okay? Because the one of the opening examples given in Erica Chenoweth's book on nonviolent resistance involves, like, I forget which country, but it involves, like, an authoritarian dictatorship that decided it would try and clamp down on grassroots organizing, and so people wound up getting shot at peaceful protests. But then what that organizing movement did was they turned the funerals for those shot into even bigger protests. And it wound up being like this cycle that just got bigger and bigger and bigger until those protests were just completely unmanageable, until people across society were aligned in purpose, and the working class of that country said, we're not going to do any more work, and they forced the resignation of the dictator. This is something that does happen, and we can do it here too, in order to resist this massive overreach by immigration enforcement. Okay? It is grim, but insurgent warfare historically does not work. So, I would again highly recommend you read Erica Chenoweth's book on nonviolent resistance. If you are, you know, Imran or Imcom, I would recommend you check out her book. It's very good, and it's full of like actual good data and number crunching on the issue, and I think it will help answer that question. What story are you referencing? It's one of the first examples given in Erica Chenoweth's book on nonviolence.
Generally going to be local immigrant rights organizers, collectives, organizations in your community. They are the folks who will have the best guidance on what is most strategic for you to be doing locally in order to boost their efforts. Do partner with them. It is important that we kind of collectively spread the word and then we push our electeds, but it's also important that when we're taking local action, we're doing it.
I have not read Leah's book, but I do you know what it's called? Do you have a title?
In partnership with people who are leading the fight here.
Yeah. Okay. Kay asks, do you believe to get double the No Kings numbers of people?
The Kitsune Cavalier. Why are you asking me about someone named Anna? Oh, We Are Indivisible. I have not read her book, but I will check it out. Cool. Oh, it's also super short. I could probably just like read that in a sitting. Awesome. I'll check that out. Cool stuff.
I hope there will be big prosecutions when we win. We need true justice after this. Supreme Court justices all the way to us agents who enable this.
True that.
Protesting Activated, Indivisible, and other groups should be putting money, resources behind mass advertising campaigns. Is this in the works? If not, why not? Also, would it be worthwhile to dedicate money, resources to hiring drone photographers to capture professional footage of all future mass national mobilization, say in the top 100 cities, in order to improve estimates of turnout? This is a great specific question.
I'm going to type out the name because I've said her name multiple times, or their name multiple times. Erica Chenoweth. There we go.
Will say, so why aren't we spending massive amounts of money on
Sorry, I believe Erica Chenoweth is non-binary.
Advertising? We don't have massive amounts of money to spend on advertising is the simple answer. We actually, maybe I'll break a little bit of news. Our new media lead, Antonio Ariano, put together an analysis of the No Kings Day protest coverage and the monetary value of the earned media coverage. It was roughly $500 million that Indivisibles earned all across the country by participating in No Kings. $500 million. That's what it would have cost if we wanted to run ads in the local papers and the news stations and New York Times and Washington Post. As little as they covered it, they did cover it some. That's how much it would have cost. That's called earned media. That's what you get when you show up in a way that the press wants to cover. $500 million. Nobody is investing $500 million in growing the movement. The single best way to advertise that we exist is to show the hell up on a Thursday, on July 17th, with your fellow organizers and let people know we're out here and we're fighting for democracy. We are investing some in paid media, especially in non-traditional emerging media. So we actually ran a whole study where we contracted with a set of firms that work with creators over No Kings Day to see who works the best and who spreads the message more. We're learning some lessons. We're going to put more money into that, but it's not going to be like Nike level advertising. We just don't have that kind of cash. We're a grassroots operation. Most of our money is going to go into organizing and supporting groups on the ground and to running the program that we have. We just don't have a big advertising budget. What we depend on to spread the word is the thousands of leaders and organizers around the country advertising their groups. Our goal is to get
people like you
more people into your groups so you can do more work, so more people can see it, so then it's a virtuous cycle, so more people come to you. That's our theory. If I had $500 million, I would invest more in advertising. I don't. I do like the drone thing though. The drone coverage, because there were drone shots of many No King State protests that were incredible. Just visuals put aside, the ability to count the protest numbers. They were incredible, and that's actually a relatively cheap investment that we should look and see if we can encourage indivisible groups to do. I like the answer. Thank you, Kay, or the question. Thanks, Kay. Okay, Cindy, what can we do other than calling a representative to hold SCOTUS accountable for their overuse of the shadow docket and for basing their decision on their own interpretations of the Constitution?
Gotta say, I fucking despise the current Supreme Court makeup. It's truly one of the most heinous conglomerations of human beings in modern days.
Probably to please their donors.
Yeah, it's a great question. So the short version is the Supreme Court is designed to be insulated from electoral accountability. That's like literally who they are. And I think we start by being really honest about the fact that they've been captured by the Federalist Society. And we have to build the political will within the opposition party for actual meaningful reform when we have power. Like, I wish there was an
there needs to be again, understand that part of the goal of our organizing moment is to organize not just to undo the police state, not just to improve the lives of everyday Americans, but also to fix the aged, decrepit system that led to this rise of fascism to be possible in the first place. We need to address some of these underlying issues, and there needs to be a popular political will to do those things and to articulate those things. Like impeaching Supreme Court justices, expanding the courts, reforming how the Supreme Court works, maybe reforming how the Electoral College works or getting rid of it entirely. We gotta address some of these systemic issues that are kind of miring us in an inability to change.
Easier and faster way to hold anyone involved accountable. I think the reality is that, I've seen various versions of protests focusing on the Supreme Court. They do not there's not a lot of evidence that
Citizens United needs to be addressed. Absolutely, Andrew S. For those of you who don't know, JD Vance has a personal pet project going through the courts right now, and I think SCOTUS agreed today to take it up, but it's basically the basic premise of it is to erode and destroy the last remaining campaign finance protections that prevent billionaires from just funneling infinite money into elections. It's some of the let's get rid of the vestigial protections that are still left after Citizens United.
That's necessarily directly responding. I think what we can do is we can create the societal conditions in which they perceive that they have to rule certain ways in order to maintain even a shred of legitimacy. And we can build the political will to reform when we have power. And those are our two things. And I do just want to emphasize, we don't...
I mean, genuinely, a lot of the questions about each of these different, the courts, or what do we do about ICE? What do we do about, the Supreme Court? What do we do about... insert XYZ, right? It all comes down to just organizing a critical mass of people aligned with the political will to change it for the better. That's it. That is ultimately it. How Zoran Mamdani talks about the political will to freeze the rent, the political will to make buses faster and free, the political will to improve things and protect New Yorkers from ICE. What we are talking about is building up a movement to garner and foster that political will to change not just a city, not just a state, but the entire goddamn country. And that takes some doing. But it can be done.
Have consensus. We don't have anything remotely like consensus within the Democratic Party that there ultimately needs to be meaningful court reform that addresses the Federalist Society capture. We don't. Like, I mean, Ezra, I don't know. Do you know how many senators are currently on the record for court reform?
It's not a majority in the
It's not a
Democratic
majority. It's
Yeah.
not a majority. So if we were in power tomorrow, we do not currently have the consensus among Democrats to meaningfully
Do you think
reform the
John
court.
Fetterman is going to reform the courts?
Yeah, okay, we're gonna he's his own case, but like just
Chris Coons isn't going to. Mark Warner
right.
isn't going to vote to reform the courts.
Exactly, exactly. So we just actually like the very first step is getting some amount of consensus within the opposition party that this is a serious problem that requires structural solutions.
I'm going to note we've got 2 more minutes. Lee and we're going to go talk to Jamie Raskin right after this. So we have to hop off right at
Way
the
to
minute.
name drop, Ezra.
I love Jamie Raskin. He's my favorite, or among my favorites. But we do have to drop at 2 minutes. I want to flag, we've talked a lot about how we are evolving the theory of change of indivisible to be beyond just pushing members of Congress and push beyond that to what are the pillars of support.
And I'm calm. Yes, I agree. We do need more politicians and people like Zoran Mamdani, but understand that people like Zoran Mamdani, they're not different from you and me. You know, that is one of the reasons why so many times over and over and over again today, I've been making the call for you guys to consider running for office. You know, there is no meaningful distinction between you and someone like Zoran Mamdani. Each one of us has the capacity to become someone like that. And we need to, now is the time, right now is the time to do some introspection, look inward, look at what is going on in our lives, and evaluate, hey, could I run for office right now? And if the answer is yes, do it. Do it. Most definitely, I'm 22. I'm too young. You can run for political office at 22. You're not running for the presidency. There aren't like age requirements to be like a, you know, on the city council. There's not age requirements to be like mayor. You can run for office at 22 years old.
Support for democracy and how can we organize? We are going to be following up to this call with a survey asking you, what are you most interested in? Is it businesses? Is it media institutions? Is it universities? Is it
True, Zoran Mamdani was an average DSA member just 5 years ago, and look at him now.
Is it
got elected to state assembly, and now he's on track to being mayor of New York City.
Nonprofits? How do you want to engage in this work? This isn't going to directly drive, okay, everybody said universities, we're doing that, but it's going to help.
Yeah, you'll have to look at your like local city ordinances and laws and stuff, but like generally speaking, if you're an adult, you can serve in your local government. You don't have to be like a certain age. That might vary from like municipality to municipality or something, but like you check out your local laws. Genuinely.
Help us gauge where is there already interest and where should we be putting more campaign support. So please, please, please take a look at that.
Yeah, one of the guys running like the FBI is like 21 or something. Like they've got like a teenager called Big Balls, like cutting tens of millions of jobs or hundreds of thousands of jobs in the US government. Like you can be in politics if you're 22.
An email, fill out the survey that's coming. That will help us. Next week, next Thursday, we're going to try to do something special next Thursday. Lee and I have been talking about this. It's not fully baked yet, but hopefully we'll be able to dig in a little bit more substantive way into what does it mean to move beyond Congress, to move beyond elected officials and do this fight. We'll try to get a little bit even more practical there. That will then lead into the following training. I just want to note the last question that we didn't get to that was next up was what can we do about alligator Alcatraz? First of all, I would never call it that. That is Donald Trump and MAGA's frame. You can call it a concentration camp. You can call it alligator Auschwitz if you want, but do not give it their name. It is a bullshit institution meant to torture individuals in this country who they are targeting. We're not going to buy into their branding. What we can do about it is what we've been talking that we can do about it, which is this is not a popular anti-immigrant policy that they are implementing. This administration is overreaching. It is our responsibility to organize and pick the productive, strategic, nonviolent fights with them as they implement this deeply unpopular agenda. That's what we're going to be seeking to do. And because what you have going on in Florida is going to be different than what folks are facing in Texas, which is different than what folks are facing in California. I wish it was as easy as everybody do X thing. The reason why we need to funnel everybody into these trainings is it's going to be different based on where you are. And I don't want to tell everybody to do one thing if that's not the thing everybody should do just because it's simple. We're going to try to move people along a more sophisticated pathway. I know that's tougher. I wish it was easier. I don't get to pick it. The authoritarians are picking this ground, but we're going to fight on it effectively. Thanks everybody for being here. I'm sorry this is such a shitty day. It is a shitty day, but I am so thankful to have this space. I'm thankful to be part of this movement, and I'm proud to be fighting for our democracy in this moment. Leah, any closing thoughts?
Just gratitude and appreciation for everyone here. It's a really bad day, and you still showed up to figure out what do we do next, and we're gonna let them have it.
That's right. Okay, I'll see y'all next week. Thanks everybody.
You know, these guys are out there. They're the real deal. They're doing the work. And I very much appreciate that, you know? And one last time, folks, I'm going to link this. This is their training sessions for how to up your political organizing game. They begin July 16th. The second session is on July 30th. And the third session is on August 13th. Okay? Each session is about a different element of the training. If you can, try to make it to all three, because the more people out there who understand and have the intellectual tools necessary to go about organizing, the better off we will be. Okay? We need people not just, you know, online like me talking to you guys through your computer. You know, I'm on a flat screen. You know, I can't see you guys, but if you get trained to do political organizing, you can do the vital work of talking to individual people face to face and getting them to organize and cooperate with you so that we can fight this fascist administration together, okay? That is what the moment requires of us, and I know it's not flashy. I know it is not a fast fix, but this is the necessary work that needs to be done so that we can fix this problem once and for all. Okay? I'll do my best to get a leftist elected. Hell yeah. So that's where we're at, folks. It is a dark day. It is not a super positive day. But understand that we have a job to do. This day is not unexpected. This bill is not unexpected. We knew when Donald Trump won and when they had the Republican majority in Congress that something like this was very likely on the table, especially after Chuck Schumer bartered away the only leverage Democrats had to stop this. And so we are not unprepared. This doesn't take us by surprise. And understand that your job now is to figure out how to organize and meet the moment that is coming.
Can we call the Everglades concentration camp a gulag?
Yes. An excellent suggestion. I really do hope that various political figures on the left in Florida continue to visit and check in on that facility, because I am truly worried about the actual treatment of prisoners in that concentration camp. Again, the goal and aspiration for these camps is to mimic the conditions of CCOT and El Salvador. Republican politicians were enamored with the entire idea. There was a charm offensive to try and get Americans to accept the idea of CCOT. And similarly with this Everglades Auschwitz camp that they have built in the span of a week, they are trying to convince the American people to accept that that's just the way things are. And look at how cute and funny it is. We have all this merch for the concentration camp. But what is necessary right now is building up our muscles to resist this, building up our ability to say no to this, building up our ability to dig ourselves out. And local politicians in Florida are going and visiting this Everglades facility in order to make sure that people are, in a sense, protected from the worst abuses that could otherwise be visited upon them. So, I know Anna Eskamani, we talked about this earlier, is going to inspect it, but other politicians, other people, other progressives in the political scene in Florida should also be doing the same. If you are in contact with any of your local, Florida politicians who are, not horrible, awful conservatives, encourage them to also go and inspect these facilities. It may very well save lives. Just as a final course of action here to shout out. But remember, folks, figure out where you're going to be on July 17th for the Good Trouble Lives On protests. I'm going to link that one last time. And also check out those trainings. Very, very important, because we need to get as many people out there as we can. Got a lot of dots filled out already, and we still have a couple weeks to go. Let's fill out this map as much as possible, okay? And with that, I'm just going to end by saying it's a really bad day. And there's a lot of really awful suffering coming down the pipeline. And it is okay to be hurt. It is okay to be angry. It is okay to be heartbroken. And understand that a lot of that comes from a place of love. You love people who are going to be hurt by this. Friends, family, neighbors, fixtures of your community. And I know that it's very, very tempting in a moment like this to give in to despair, to give in to this feeling of defeat, to crawl into a hole, to curl up, to feel like you're just going to stop. Like, why even bother going on? I understand. But understand that if we continue, and if we get up, if we dust ourselves off, if we fight with all of that love, with all of that rage, with all of that sorrow, we will win. We will win. There will come a day when we stand victoriously over our enemies, where we will have the ability in our hands to make this world a better place. We will be able to get Medicare for all. We will be able to fix the courts. We will be able to heal this broken nation, and we will be able to end the jackbooted thugs that currently have their boots waiting to press on our necks and the necks of every single person we love. And we will win. That love, that rage, that sorrow, it is not in vain, and we will win. So get out there, don't give up, and give them hell.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
They're outnumbered. It's just how the maths. Exactly, sweet blasphemy. Get mad. Don't make lemonade. What is that Cave Johnson quote? It's so fucking good. I think we need that quote right now. Here. Oh Oh God, it's so good. Yeah.
All right, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these?
Take the lemons.
Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemons. I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Burning people. He says what we're all thinking.
It's when life gives you lemons, you get angry. Portal 2. You didn't need to. It was just video game footage of like a guy running around in Portal 2. The visual was not important. God. Is that J.K. Simmons? Yeah, J.K. Simmons is one of the main voices in Portal 2. An excellent reason to go play Portal 2. Genuinely one of the best video game performances I can think of. I fucking love J.K. Simmons. You just had to put this on when I'm making fresh lemonade for tomorrow. Oh, Harold, I'm sorry. Wait, that's J.K. Simmons? Yeah. Yeah, he voices Cave Johnson in Portal 2. God, that was a really long segment, everybody. So thank you for bearing with me as we just stared into the abyss and talked about organizing to potentially combat the abyss.
My
I
love,
appreciate
my
it.
hope, and all of my sorrow, G Gundam feels.
Okay, Sake Tanuki, unironically, in my head today, I have had G Gundam, that exact scene from G Gundam, stuck in my head to the extent that I literally have this tab open right now.
This hand of mine glows with an awesome power! Its burning grip tells me to defeat you!
All of my sorrow.
Take this! My love, my anger, and all of my sorrow! Shining Finger Sword! Go, go, go!
Gundam is hype. I've literally had this in my head like all day. Goddamn weebs. Hey, look, I'm sorry, but we need that shonen anime protagonist energy these days, okay? Look, we need it. We need you to be gone, okay? We need you all to become Gon or Luffy, all right? Insert shonen anime protagonist energy. All right? I don't want the news. I want pictures of Spider-Man. Whew. God. Also, folks, remember, we've been going for almost 4 hours now, believe it or not. But if you've gotten anything out of today's show, please consider clicking the goddamn button. The like button, the subscribe button, the follow button. Hit the buttons. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click Yeah, be the revolutionary girl Utena of your story. You know, come on. Anyway, hit the button, folks. And also, please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, folks, I'm not a big channel. You guys are the ones that make it possible for me to actually, sit down and spend 4 hours talking about the worst thing that has happened in our country in ages, and stare into that abyss and figure out ways to organize. I wouldn't be able to do that without you fine folk supporting this stream. So if you get any solace or hope or anything out of this stream like that, and can consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., and helping me to afford rent and food, and also the basement studio renovations and my moving expenses. Haha. Good month to do it. How we all doing, folks? I know that was a rough segment. Looks like the company behind Subnautica is being cannibalized. That sucks. Socialist yet you need money. Socialist yet perhaps house. That's misinfo. Subnautica 2 is going to be fine. All right. I'm not super invested in this, but okay. Whew. Oh, the leads for the PR team got moved? Oh, yeah, that's something that happens all the time, guys. Jack, you're misinfo. It's true. It's true. I'm a miss, and I have the deets. You think the Baileys are also aroused? I don't know. Fuck Chuck Schumer. Like, I do understand. Like, when people say that they hate the Republican Party because they're evil, like, I get that. And I also get and understand when people are like, but I despise the Democrats more. And I also understand that because when I look at the leadership of the Democratic Party, like, there is a lot of betrayal there. There's a lot of betrayal, and it's for like insane nonsense reasons that make no sense whatsoever, like Chuck Schumer will just like casually say to a reporter, yeah, I don't think that's a good idea because I consulted my 2 imaginary friends that I talked to instead of my actual constituents, and they said it was a no-go. I couldn't make lives better for my constituents because my imaginary friends want lives worse. And like, reporters will just like type that out and be like, yep, totally normal, nothing weird here. But the second like a socialist is like, let's make buses free, they freak the fuck out. It's insane. Was Schumer always this bad? Kinda, yeah. Yeah. It's like you're drowning and the Dems are standing next to a life ring, shrugging their shoulders, saying, but Republicans said no life rings, sorry. Yeah. It's literally that meme of like the guy drowning with like the hand held out to be like reached, and instead of like pulling them out, the Democrat just like high fives the drowning hand. very frustrating. Good evening, Dragonfly. Oh yeah, Schumer directly made everything that is happening now possible, and honestly, dude should never have a moment's rest or a moment's peace anytime he pops his head out in public ever again for the rest of his life. Like, whenever he dies of old age, piss on his grave. It's what he deserves. Why does Dragonfly have a fancy purple star? Because Dragonfly is a tier 4 subscriber. Ooh la la. You for all of you who want to distinguish yourself in Riverboat chat, all you gotta do is get a tier 2, 3, or 4 sub. It's true. It's true. You know, I had a lot more things I wanted to talk about tonight, but I feel like this was the valuable thing to spend time on. I have a 10-second long meme. All right. I like 10 seconds.
Hanging in there, star. Post this star to let your buddies know you're hanging in there. You could lose it at any moment. Hanging in there.
That is how it do be sometimes. Well, Adam S., I would say join DSA and join your local Dems to radicalize them and get better options for the general, you know? Did you know that Mussolini's corpse has a fascist guard? I didn't, and I don't really care about that. But, you know, I think it is pretty cool how inventive and creative the Italian people got when it came to dealing with Mussolini. Paladin. Exactly. You can go the extra level of cool by paying for a tier 4 sub on riverboat.gg and then never use the chat because everyone is good on the website. It's true. Most people are very well behaved on the website. I think we've only ever had like 2 or 3 crash ads. True. In DSA, you can also do labor organizing. Very, very important. I'm trying to decide. I think I might only have it in me to do that one long segment because we did talk for like over 3 hours about organizing, and I think that was really, really important. But also it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and we've been going for 4 hours, and I think today has been hard. And I'm really exhausted. I almost crashed out today, but I opted to go bake stuff and just verbally express by my Fed posting. Excellent, Uncle Gumbald. I made butter chicken today, and it turned out really fucking good. I've been on a kick, and I realized using chicken thighs for the butter chicken makes it turn out even better. So I've been experimenting to get the recipe just right. I think I'm getting it. You'll be gone for a couple of days. If anyone needs inside info on the Dems or background on similar stuff, hit me up. Hell yeah, Dragonfly. Earlier we talked about organizing, and I directed people to you in the Discord, so you might get a few more Discord messages. Whoa. Do you want my secret to a good curry? Absolutely, Quigley. The main thing is I've been trying to figure out how to heat mine up, you know? What kind, like, heat it up while maintaining like a solid body for the flavor. Gem, one of my coping mechanisms when I'm really stressed and sad and angry is to bake or cook. So I opted to make some butter chicken because then it's delicious for me, but also I can direct my feelings into something slightly productive, you know? I had a cat named Butter. Aw, that's adorable. Kashmiri chili powder. That's probably real good advice. I did look up and see like, oh, Kashmiri chilies, but I don't have any of those, so I was trying to figure out what I could use instead. As a kid, we had a turkey named Butterball. Have I eaten pani puri? I have not. You also want to melt some plum jam into a curry. Interesting. What do you marinate the chicken in quickly? I did slow cook mine for a number of hours, but I didn't marinate the chicken. I'm wondering what you marinated in. Oh, milder, slightly more aromatic chili powder. That's awesome. That's nice. I do like cayenne pepper. Plain, unflavored Greek yogurt with a spice blend, maybe some minced garlic and a touch of lemon. Ah, okay. Would I got some tahini and I've been like experimenting with it. Would like marinating
Hey,
in like
did you hear about
tahini
the
work?
Diddy verdict?
I did hear about the Diddy verdict, and it was just another piece of bullshit that I did not have the energy to talk about on stream or educate myself on. Lady Rain Cloud, of course you can have a hug. Always. I don't know. Maybe. There we go. We did it. Okay. I could definitely give that a shot, Paladin. Why is today horrible? Oh, they passed the budget bill. TI. Good lamb vindaloo will change your life. It's true. Oh yeah, I was thinking of using the tahini as like a marinade, but like for like a different dish, not for the butter chicken. Sorry. Yeah, the big beautiful bill. It's real bad. Provisions are real fucking bad. We just spent like 4 hours talking about it. Oh. Yeah, there were a lot of bad things that happened today, and we didn't even get time to talk about all of them, but I think one is enough for the day. Was the anti-trans stuff still in the bill? No, I think that was stripped out in the Senate. And Marjorie Taylor Greene was going to move to add anti-trans cuts to Medicaid back in, but I think they prioritized voting and getting through the Senate version of the bill so it wouldn't ping pong back between the two bodies, and it would just go to the president's desk. So ultimately, the anti-trans provisions for Medicaid were removed, but it's it's good. A lot of the changes that happened were good, but it's still very devastating in incalculable ways. My doctor has already messaged me saying their office will no longer accept Medicaid in any capacity. As someone who's very sad and terrified, thanks for the small bit of hope. Yeah, I think it was important to talk about that bill in depth and to focus on what we can do about it in order to save off that despair. I know that like earlier today I watched and I mentioned this earlier in the show, but I watched the Majority Report main show from today, and it left me feeling particularly like it left me feeling very much like, oh god, we're fucked, you know. And this is one of those days where it's a doomer day, you know. The doomers need their space today, and I understand that. But I think ultimately it gets us nowhere to wallow in misery and despair. And instead we must work, and it does take work, to cultivate that sense of hope and that will to action. And I think that we managed to do that today. Big Bad Ardwolf, yeah, several people have also gotten that email. And it's about from the Social Security Administration, right? It's real fucked up. Like the Social Security Administration is just like full on sucking Trump's dick in the email inbox. Well, and to be fair, Lady Raincloud, they were always going to get away with it for like the next, year and several months at least, we are in a time period where our goal is to slow them down as much as we can and persist. And that is what we are going to do. Oh, nah, Konami the Alpha, they're very anti-trans. I don't think Elon Musk leaving made them less anti-trans. Yeah, it's true, Dragonfly. This is I've seen some attempts to break down like the unpopularity of this bill, and like people hate this bill more than like the 2017 effort to like repeal the Affordable Care Act. And like that's saying something. It is political dynamite, and it is going to exact some kind of price. And our organizing work needs to make sure that that price is catastrophic, if not a complete and utter decimation and destruction of the Republican Party. That's my hope, anyway. Do we know when Trump will sign it? Probably tomorrow. And then some provisions will kick in immediately. Others will kick in at the end of the year. And others will kick in after the 2026 midterms. You know, right after the elections. So that's when the worst stuff will kick in. I've actually been liking Massey recently. What do you think of him? I think he is a libertarian, but I also think that libertarians are they're not our friends for sure, and most of them are not particularly good at understanding politics. Thomas Massey, he's in Congress. Couldn't remember if he's in the Senate or the House. Good night, Dragonfly. What was the really doomer thing about the majority report? Oh, just like it was a lot of talk about the problems that are currently besetting us and not a lot of talk about what people can do about it, which is, I think, when a lot of people really start doomering, when they feel like there's no recourse, there's no options, there's no action that they can take. This is just something that's going to happen. I think that causes people to kind of curl up a little bit, and that was the vibe of the main show. It was still really informative and good, and would recommend it to anybody looking to broaden their understanding of this situation. But yeah. Yeah, also Thomas Massey literally told the press that he would vote yes on the bill if Donald Trump started like promised to be nice to him. So I don't know. I'm not super impressed by Thomas Massey, to say the least. Some of these GOP senators were and representatives were wooed over by like signed Trump merch. It's honestly it was comically easy for Donald Trump to whip them into voting shape. Like, disgustingly so. Yeah, I'm not, guys, I'm not trying to knock the Majority Report. I just had an existential panic while listening to the show. That's all I'm trying to say. They're not bad people. They booed Trump at their convention last year. I don't believe that people who have the economic policies that libertarians have, I don't believe that they are people who have priorities that are in line with being generally what I would consider a good person. I think you can find some exceptions and find like some that are genuinely good people, but a lot of them are the kind of people who will just let people die. Yeah, the again, Alan Smith, the issue that you run into there, like, I don't care if somebody is running on a pro LGBT, anti-Trump, socially progressive agenda if they are ultimately economically conservative. Because what does that mean? What does it mean for someone to be economically conservative? Well, it means that they believe in like progressive values right up until it might cost money. It's just yeah, it's just a belief of convenience. When the rubber actually hits the road that they don't want to pay for because they don't believe in taxation, um like they don't believe in those values enough to fund them. And anytime you hear like economic conservative or, you know, fiscally conservative, it's just a lie. It's just a lie to cover for their bigotries or blindness towards systemic issues. That's it. Like the same way like the Tea Party were a bunch of libertarians and ultimately like when they managed to move the Republican Party didn't magically become libertarian. The Republican Party became MAGA fascists. They're better than Republicans. That's only because they don't have any power to be like politically relevant. Have you ever looked at libertarian fiscal policy? It's fucking insane. They don't believe in like taxpayer funded roads. They believe the free market will be able to provide everyone cheap healthcare. As if like we didn't try like unregulated capitalism in the past and it resulted in like company towns and monopolies. They don't believe in like basic functioning government. Putting a libertarian like in the conservative mold in charge of government is genuinely insane to me. They're dedicated to the idea that government fundamentally shouldn't exist and like cannot function. They're better than Republicans on policies though? No, they're not. They're not. They're not better than Republicans on policies. Like, they are Republicans. Like, again, the Libertarian Party has historically been Republicans who want to smoke weed. That's been traditionally the Libertarian Party. Yeah, here, look, to demonstrate my point, I'm going to go to the Libertarian Party of New Hampshire. I'm going to go to their Twitter page. Let's take a look. Let's see how good they are on policies. Let's see here. Most libertarian party in the most libertarian state. Fiery but mostly peaceful. Live free or die. Okay. A statement from Bishop Joseph E. Strickland. First post on the page. They have not known nor understood. They walk in darkness. All the foundations of the earth shall be moved. As the world has turned its gaze towards war with Israel and Iran, I must raise my voice. Let's see. For those the world chooses not to see, the displaced, the humiliated poor of Gaza and the West Bank. In Gaza, a slow martyrdom unfolds each day, not in silence, but still unheard. Mothers cradle starving children, etc., 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 etc. Yes. Great. Okay, awesome post. Jesus Christ doesn't want you to let people in Gaza starve and die. Okay, that's great. That's awesome. Let's see what the next post is. Oh. Huh. That looks like Vladimir Zelensky with a Hitler mustache. Oh, and they're quote tweeting the Libertarian Party national channel. Dictator Zelensky's 5-year term ended on March 31st, 2024. Rather than hold elections like any legitimate leader, he scrapped them entirely and declared himself too essential to be replaced. You know, because he's Hitler. If everyone that uses Planned Parenthood services donated just $250 a year, they would bring in more money than they are getting defunded. But they won't, because despite being extremely affordable and cheap, most of their violent patients are perfectly fine stealing it from me and you instead. You know, retweeted by the Libertarian Party in favor of defunding Planned Parenthood. Oh, good. Oh, good. Retweeting Tucker Carlson. Yeah, this is definitely better than a normal Republican account. Orrin McIntyre, a joke. The Libertarian Party could be bought for $500,000. Hell of a thing to throw out there. That's crazy. All right. Oh, look. Just a meme of the president of a nation who conducts seances to talk to the spirits of his dead dogs. And also uses that same spirit medium to confirm that he is, the reincarnated spirit of a gladiator, and his dog was the reincarnated spirit of a lion he fought in the Colosseum 2,000 years ago. Does he really? Yes. This is Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, who became famous for using a chainsaw to describe how he was going to slash the budget. And guess what? All of that fiscal policy he has as a libertarian has utterly decimated and crashed the economy of Argentina. Because the policies of libertarians are fucking insane. Like, more people are starving in his country now than before he came into power. And I'm sorry, I can't, I reject the idea that that is a moral framework. When you try and disconnect like the fiscal element of policy from like the progressiveness of the policy, and you say these two things are separate, I reject that idea. They're not separate. They are intimately connected. If you are not willing to fund your morals, then they are not your morals. What you're using your funds for, demonstrate that. God. Anyway, I reject this entire aspect of the argumentation. Also, libertarians do not have a principled stance on Gaza. It's just a convenient contrarian stance for them. Did the Libertarian Party seriously call Stephen Miller a socialist? Yes. They are not serious people. Or, for example, a tweet like this. The gentleman you're replying to is a male transgender prostitute, and even worse, a literal socialist. Be aware of any libertarian group that would work with someone like this. A trans person. How progressive socially. It's almost like the pretense of progressive values is not at all actually valued by the party. I'll take unserious people over competent fascists any day. That's a misnomer. No fascist is competent. Same folks who are convinced Hitler was a socialist? True. God. What the fuck? Are they on crack cocaine? Maybe. They are libertarians after all. it's true, Luna Rose. The competency is not valued within a fascist movement because ultimately the entire premise is making every aspect, every member of the party disposable. Hence the death cult mentality. You just let someone fail and then you kill them. That's how the fascism works. Can you play the libertarian toaster clip? I don't know what that one is. Yeah, honestly, a really great resource is just watching. There's an entire playlist on the Majority Report of Sam Cedar blowing the fuck out a bunch of libertarians. Highly recommend. It's very entertaining. And that's also true, though. Again, the competent elements of the Get the Yankee, again, we're all dedicated to dying for the cause. They all just yeeted themselves off cliffs without a second notice. All right, folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And also, just want to say shout out. We're almost at 11,900 followers on Twitch. And that's pretty goddamn cool. Also, y'all, we had a pretty good turnout for today's stream. We had at points over 500 people watching, which is pretty cool. Congrats, everyone. I've definitely been enjoying the show today. Well, I'm glad, because I know today has not been overall super enjoyable. Consider supporting the stream however you can, and yeah, I think I will see you all tomorrow, or I might stream later tomorrow. Might keep it light. Might do like a video game thing. We'll see. But I hope you all enjoy your 4th of July. I guess technically it's the 4th of July right now. Happy 4th of July, as much as anyone can get happiness on a day like today. But yeah, do the things, have fun, and I will see you real soon, and we'll do more bits and segments. I really wanted to talk about an article about Gen Zers recreating vacation time, and I really wanted to talk about the latest New York Times political snafu about Zoran Mamdani, but maybe I'll do that tomorrow. We'll see. And with that, folks, eat good food, get good sleep, drink plenty of water, and feel your feelings. Today is an okay day to do that. And with that, bye, everybody. Hope y'all enjoy your time off. Bye.
Would you have freedom from wage slavery and join in the grand industrial band? Would you from misery and hunger be free and come do your share like a man?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union grand.
Would you have sharings the gold in the sky and live in a shack away in the back? Would you have wings up in heaven to fly and starve here with rags on your back?
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union land.
If you've had enough of the blood of the lamb, then join in the grand industrial band. If for a change you would have eggs and ham, come do your share like a man.
There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land, one industrial union band.
Well, if you like sluggers to beat off your head, then don't organize or unions despise. If you are nothing before you are dead, shake hands with your boss and the wise. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Oh, come, oh, ye workers from every land, join in the grand industrial band. Then we, our share of this earth, shall demand. Come do your part like a man. There is power in the band of working men when they stand hand in hand. That's the power that must rule in every land. One industrial union band. Would you take contently what's put in your hand, less than you earn with one leg to stand? Would you believe what they tell you to be, or with brothers go out and see? There is power